Being
I
crazy.
saw your message, kid.
You just saw it?
Yeah, I'm like,
Oh no.
oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. I was wondering, I was like, man, he had no questions, no comments, no. All right, well, I guess it makes sense to him.
Oh no.
It's fine, we got time.
This is why I should check my messages.
Quick read, like a huge paragraph right now.
It's only like a page long, don't worry.
Yeah, that's how many paragraphs?
Only
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
5.
6.
Easy, quick. You can do that in about 5 minutes, right?
I mean,
Yeah, totally. Totally.
yeah.
In the first paragraph's easy to understand.
It's only been a week and a half, man.
Sure. And within that week, I lost my job.
Oh no.
Oh, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. They just decided to end my contract.
It's temp work, you know how it is.
Hmm,
Yep.
that's fair.
I actually
Unfortunate.
need to fill my water bottle.
Currently in the market of finding a new job.
Yeah, that sucks. I hate finding jobs. It's a pain in the ass.
I'm even like pulling all connections that I have. So like my mom's
Yeah.
associates, my brother's associates, my dad's associates.
Yeah.
And if I'm desperate enough, Santos's associates.
Brother, please.
Brother, please.
Yeah, that's why like my job has been kind of iffy lately with days I get to work, but I hate job searching so much that I'm not even gonna try. It's like I'll deal with it. It's fine.
What's the harm if I wait another week?
Right. What's it matter if I'm only working like maybe 3 days a week now? It's fine.
I can't do 3 days. I need 40 hours.
It would be nice, especially since we have more bills than we used to.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
What's up?
It's just I was telling Aurora, it's just like even though my job has been iffy lately, I hate job searching so much that I'm just gonna deal with it.
Yeah. Oh.
Pause to yell at the puppy.
I'm here.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
How was your Common Writer shows with Hawk?
Oh, I got Hawk hooked on Double. It's pretty funny. And then I showed him the first episode of Geats. He was like, "You gotta watch
the fact
this."
that they put that whole thing on YouTube for free is pretty dope.
Yeah, it was like, "Yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
definitely gotta watch this after we're done with Double." I'm like, "Yeah."
Okay, sorry about that.
The puppy.
We are all present, I hope.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
just
so.
replying to Kyle really quick. Just trying to find a name amidst all of the text I sent you.
Secret messages? What is this?
A secret.
Now I gotta find my magic item too.
Right? Alright.
I have it somewhere.
Somewhere.
So, let's go ahead and start what we always do with a recap of last game as we picked up last time deep within the heart of Eden. The massive primal mountain, larger than any creature you have ever seen, so big that you never actually saw the full scale of the mountain amidst all of the sandstorm, although Oni has seen it before. You had finished the trials of rock and soil and sand, and having concluded the final trial of sand, you were moving on to the trial of stone. Along the way, Oni took a moment to examine the humanoid figure that was within the massive central crystal in the heart chamber, seeing this kind of tall and lanky, familiar shape, one that you had seen before, a simulacrum on Acheron that turned into a time dragon. You guys continued on to the wall of stone, and placing your hand upon it, were whisked away to that trial chamber. And as you fiddled with the control panel in the middle of this hexagonal room that was not quite the grid, though I tried really hard, the stones fell from the ceiling above you and toppled in various ways, multiple lengths, forming this hodgepodge pile of broken rubble that you found yourselves forced to climb up on, as Stir seemed to be able to sense the presence of a complementary shard to the one he was holding high above you in the ceiling. You made it about halfway up, climbing the rubble as intended, before it just got too complicated. And I totally understand that. If we'd been sitting around a table and I could have come out with like Lincoln logs and just dropped them,
that would
have been perfect. But the three-dimensional interaction like that in a two-dimensional space made it a little tricky. And in the end, you guys opted to throw magic at the problem, which
like usual
definitely helped.
Magic
Nicholas,
always works.
right?
Always.
Nicholas reaching into the stone wall itself and giving you guys a very narrow and precarious spiraling ramp that went around the circumference of this room all the way up to the ceiling, where it jutted out into a wedge that was only about 3 inches thick, and could reach out to where the center of the room was, and where Stir seemed to be getting the ping of where the other crystal was. Mia, Aerith, and Nick, the three lightest among you, creeped out into the edge of this massive wedge and attempted to locate the crystal. Determining that it must be buried like the sand one, Mia cast her pass wall spell and melted away the stone, revealing the glowing orange shards, kind of dark with purplish red energy within it, fixed in space. It didn't come free as easy as the others, and took some effort before it finally popped loose. And as it popped loose, you were able to cleanse it of its corruption, removing the curse within it, and you were whisked back to the heart chamber as the precarious ramp that you had created began to fall apart. All the while, Oni and Ken defended the ramp and Stir, he was there too, as the earth elementals crept up to try and reach you, having been released in mass as all of the stones were dropped from the ceiling. As you guys re-emerged into the off chamber, you heard the cracking of the crystal, and under Oni's suggestion to get there before he had time to power up, ran into the central chamber to see as the humanoid figure that looked like Severin, but there was something stretched, almost inhuman about it, and as it pulled itself free, these dark tendrils of energy latching into the crystal behind it, drawing power into itself, its body swelled, an extra head grew, and a two-headed dragon made of stone and earth leapt forward to challenge you one final time. 30 seconds later, you guys were victorious and stood over the heaping and disintegrating remains of the stone dragon and the simulacrum as it crumbled away into dust and sand. And as Ken rushed to Mia's aid, having been knocked down to the point of unconsciousness, or damn near it.
Very close.
He, in that moment of concern, left Aerith and Oni outside of the field of protection that had been cast by the shell of Terrastiel. And as Oni and Aerith saw that penumbra pass over them and realized that they were outside of it, they felt nothing. No imposing force, no voice in their mind commanding them, just calm and quiet. And as Ken ran over to Mia, kind of picked her back up onto her feet, and Stir rushed to offer aid as well, you all heard the voice of Eden, omnipresent in this chamber as it seemed to echo and boom from all around you, but gentle and appreciative. She named you champions and bestowed upon you the blessings of Earth. And as you asked her about the stones that you had collected, she bade you to take them with you so that they may help you in your journey. You guys kind of regathered yourselves and realizing the victory that had happened, return to Eriobor, your home base, your 0 point amidst all of this chaos. And just before you turned in for a very well-deserved rest at the end of a very long day, Ken asked Stir for a small reprieve, a day to spend with Mia, before the two of them return to Mechanus. And while Stir was happy to grant this, he had a different plan, as he went to Nick and invited Nick to return with the two of them. Not just Mia and Stir, but their oldest friend and confidant, someone they've known and trusted for over 1,000 years, to help try to keep this shit together. As two halves of a god try to fill the missing gap, the god of magic. You guys rested, recovered, and awoke the next day to a peaceful day in Eriobor. Chocolate chip pancakes for Mia from Ken, and the best day ever that he could think of for her. Oni and Aerith continuing their training and their study. Aerith retiring to the archive. Sorry, I see it right there. The book dimension. I don't I don't mean to get that wrong. While Nick and Stir returned to Nick's tower to gather up his personal belongings, to close up the tower and kind of seal it away for whatever wayward wizard may come next that needs a safe place to study and learn and live. The two of you eventually returned to the guild hall. Stir, in desperate need of something to drink, and might have had a little bit too much that evening. While Ken and Mia traversed the familiar faces of Eriobor, speaking with Manon and Lorena, traveling down to the docks, having their painting painted by a local artisan as they stood upon the water, and finally retiring to an inn within the central chamber, or the central tier of Eriobor, where they could have a nice private evening, where Ken worked diligently for a short time and crafted a very special gift. And in that moment, that peaceful night within the city where you first met, Ken proposed to Mia, and she was confused. But she did say yes when it was explained to her what it meant. And the two of them are now engaged. Back in the guild hall, Nick and Stir drinking heavily within the mostly abandoned cafeteria, and Oni and Aerith, who had turned in to begin their trances in preparation for the next day. And that's where we're going to pick up. Aerith.
My trance.
Love to hear it.
I know. You finally got it.
I know.
Last night's trance was rapid. You remember kind of like falling into it and the restorative nature of it, but it was kind of like that like sleep after a very wearying day. Tonight's was more every day. This was just sort of part of your life as it always has been, studying, writing, nothing too physically straining. And as you turn into your trance, you go through your normal routine of kind of focusing your mind and retreating that consciousness to a place where it can recover and rest. And as you do, your vision changes and you find yourself in a massive lecture hall. You sit in the center, and as you kind of like look to your left and right, you see as aisles of tables and chairs kind of curve out to your left and right in this almost inconceivably large horseshoe. And at the front, a massive chalkboard with a desk in front of it. Sitting at the desk, a familiar face. He looks almost the same size as you, but must be thousands of feet away based off of how many tables are between the two of you. And as Ogma smiles up at you, he goes, "Hello, Aerith. Welcome to the arcane classroom. I think we need to reevaluate some of our teaching methods." He kind of stands up, and as he does, your focus draws in.
Okay.
He looks up at you as he was about to speak, and you speak out, and he smiles. Knowledge is a journey. The gathering of it, the understanding of it, the protecting of it. It is as much a path we walk as the paths we choose in life. What drew you to this path of pursuing knowledge? This is what we have created this space to discuss. And as he waves his hand, you see as a massive flowing, like, it looks like chalk written on the chalkboard, though you see no chalk, and you see Aerith 101 on the chalkboard.
What
Is Aerith in
drew me-
detention right now?
No, it actually says Aerith 101. It says your name, like a class name.
I didn't sign up for this. I didn't pay tuition.
Oh, but you did, Aerith, when you took a pact to protect knowledge. And I reached out to you for a reason. Not because you were the smartest among the mortals, or the cleverest, and I do not mean this as an insult, but because your path had yet to be written. And the pursuit of knowledge, the finding of new knowledge, and the understanding does not come from somebody who knows how to answer all the questions and succeed. Before we had met, you wanted to be an entertainer. Your brothers and sisters all chose respectable pursuits, but you chose instead to bring joy. And while that is not, what is the correct word? And scratches his chin as he's trying to think of the most polite way to say
Stupid.
it. While it does not make you useless, it does not save the world. And so you chose to instead refocus yourself on the understanding of the world. But I fear we may have forgotten something along this way. And so I am going to take a more proactive role in your education. I think that the first thing we need to understand is who you are. And it stands up. Do you have any questions so far?
Yeah, I'd like to know what your answer is to that question.
Who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Stands tall and kind of like tilts his head back. You are indecision. You are the journey to understanding one's own confidence. Hold on, I have a different notepad open. Rainbow sparkles.
I'm just like My Little Pony, what?
You are a student, but I fear you do not trust in your own skills. You wish to have the knowledge of others, of the past, guide you. And while that is the role of a scholar, to learn from history, we do not learn by continuing. We learn by trying new things. My opinion is that you jumped into this without hesitation, though perhaps also without thought. And while I believe this is the right path for you, I feel you might not believe that. And so, for today, we're going to discuss why you became an adventurer. All those months ago, when you traversed from Baldur's Gate to Greenest, following the tragedy at your show. Why jump to the occasion? Why follow Ken and Aureus, Iedos, Tazlin, Kintoji? Why fight alongside them in the first place? What drove that decision? And what drives your desire to see this world protected and saved?
Well,
250. Oh, no, go ahead. He was going to give you homework, but if you want to have a conversation.
No, I was just gonna say, well, first of all, how can I bring joy with my magic if everybody is dying in front of me? So I kind of figured, since I'm able to do things with magic, I learned magic, you know, I might as well use it to protect the people that I'm trying to bring joy to.
A noble pursuit and an honorable decision. But along your way, you have met many magicians, many practitioners of the arcane arts, those who study or enchant, those who create or rule. Your path, the path of the adventurer, not only the path of the adventurer, but the one but the one who must rise to the highest order, is among the most difficult of paths to choose. You've seen pain, struggle. You have lost those beside you, and though you do not remember it now, you have sat in this hall before, when you died and chose not to return. And even then, when your mother reached out, there was some hesitation. You do not remember the conversation, but I do. before your soul returned and your journey continued. And for a time, you had the simple life of the mage, the arcane investigator, the one to unravel the secrets. But you could not stay for long. The draw of adventure is somewhere within you. So, spend this trance, and before it is over, as well as before the next session, 250 words on why you are an adventurer. What you fight for, what you are willing to live and die for. And from there, we will shape your education so that you will be prepared for the challenges that you will inevitably stumble into. So, he waves his hand, and this massive sheaf of parchment unrolls in front of him. Pen pops up next to you. It should be an easy one. 250 words.
Does it have to be exactly 250?
At least.
Minimum.
If you want to go
Where
over.
did that voice come from?
Nicholas chimes in. That's Nicholas. He's cool. I know him.
He's
My
cool.
He was my TA once upon a time.
I begrudgingly grab the pen and just
Okay.
hesitate, trying to figure it out.
So this is going to be fun because it's going to be in and out. This doesn't need to happen in game right now, but before next game, send me what you got, okay? And I'll be-
Agma's not
Yeah,
lying.
at least.
As it is.
At least I hear you. I hear you. It's half a page. It's like 2 paragraphs. It's not that bad.
So glad Mistra doesn't assign homework.
The god of
She's
knowledge.
probably next. She's probably my next class.
As you pick up the pen, and Ogma sits back down at his table, and a bunch, like a stack of parchment appears, and he begins to just take pieces off and like read through it and mark on it, and you begin to outline your ideas. We fade from that and back into the interior of the Iriabor Guild Hall, where Oni and Aerith have been deep in trance. And Oni, as you begin to, or approach the end of your trance, you hear as the door opens, and though Stir is trying to be quiet, he is very inebriated. And as you open your eye and look up, you can see he's leaning on Nick. But I assume Nick's probably
How does he
using...
live?
I assume you're using magic, your telekinesis, to kind of hold him up, and he's kind of staggering in like, oh, I never expected this to go this way. Do you really think we can do it, Nicholas? Do you think we can?
Yes, you're fine. You just drink too much, I'm sure. After a good night's rest, everything will be good in the morning. You'll feel better. Everything will make more sense. Stop. No, don't vomit. No.
Okay.
In the bucket.
Oh. Why did you choose to stay immortal without dying? This is... This is awful.
You're the one who agreed to it.
The smell is pretty bad, Oni. As he covers up the chamber pot and pushes back to the corner and crawls into his bed.
You rest now. I'm sure you'll feel better in the morning. Have nice water and you'll be fine.
He waves his hand, and there's this like little twist of dust in the air, and he shakes his head. And he flicks his hand the other way, and this time the glass that's sitting on the side fills with water. Grabs it, drinks. It's a good idea. We didn't do much partying in Terrastia, and I don't know if I've ever had this much without being a god.
I've ever seen a god get drunk, but I guess there's a first thing for everything.
We polished off many bottles of wine in our times together, and I never felt this. Oh. Leans back over and opens the pot. It's bad. Oh, it never made me feel sick before. Just happy and lighthearted. Oh. Leans back down. Looks over at you and kind of catches his breath.
But now you have to learn moderation, like a normal mortal.
And takes your hand. I am glad you will be there to help teach us. As we both will need your guidance, friend.
I will do my best. But you need some rest right now. We can talk about this more in the morning. You're not drunk.
Let's hope. He leans back, and he kind of puts his head up, or his hand up on his head. Oh, did you do something to make the room spin? No.
Gave you alcohol.
Oh.
I didn't give him alcohol. He drank it himself.
He did. He was, as they were talking, he was just glass after glass. It was some pretty bad despair drinking.
I told him to slow down, but no. Mister don't want to listen to me.
As
No.
as you hear that, Oni, you then hear. As the most deep rattling snore comes out of Stir, and he passes out quickly.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Ah.
I'm glad you said what it was. Yeah, it just went dead silence.
Aww.
Discord.
A deep, almost concerningly rattling snore.
I don't know.
Well, I think it's time I go to bed now.
The whole time, Oni just kept an eye closed. He was definitely trying not to laugh, but he's not gonna say anything to them. You just enjoyed the show.
Okay. You hear as Nick kind of gets himself comfortable into the covers, and his soft snores join Stir's buzzsaw, log cutting snores. You return to your trance for the last hour or so you need before you awaken, rested. Aerith is still deeply entranced and has a little bit of spittle kind of coming out of the corner of his mouth. But the day is yours, Oni, if you wanted to do anything before the rest of the party regathers in the morning. It's about 4 in the morning right now.
Nah, 4 a.m. I don't think there's much he can get into without waking them up. So he'll just kind of ruminate on everything that's happened in the last couple of days.
Okay. Sit and think, listening to the sounds of your allies. A few hours pass. Aerith finally snaps himself out of your trance. Your trance lasted the whole night. It was a full 8 hours.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he had you in there the entire time. And you awaken feeling much better and much more well-rested than previous. You guys?
Go for breakfast.
Okay. Aerith gets himself ready for the day and heads for breakfast. You go with him, Oni?
Yeah.
Okay. Oni accompanies. Couple hours pass. Stir and Nick awaken. Head down to the cafeteria, and then we'll get our 2 wayward children here. As Ken and Mia, you wake up to the sound of birdsong outside of a nice rustic inn window. The large king-sized bed that was in this inn suite, very disheveled. Blankets just tossed everywhere. You guys kind of curled up around each other. Each of you a ring, newly added onto your own hand. What you doing today?
I am going to pretend to be asleep for a couple more minutes.
Back to bed.
As you go ahead, Mia.
Just and we don't get up so that we can't leave.
You awaken Mia, and you're normally the second one up. Ken will get up and kind of creep out of bed and get to work or, start the day. He's always close. He tries to be there when you wake up, but when you wake up this morning, you're still wrapped up in his arms. Soft breathing kind of on the back of your neck. Curl into him, and you feel that tiny bit of tension to know he's awake. But neither of you move. You lay there for half an hour, just listening to the sounds of the city waking up, the calls of the buskers in the streets, and the sounds of birds in this early summer day. And as it approaches about 9:30, 10, Ken, you got to get back to the party.
Yeah. All right. Guess I'll get up.
I mean, what do you think would happen if we didn't? If we just stayed here? They don't know where we are, right?
Yeah, but they'll comb the city to look for us, so I'd rather not have them go that far, so.
So, what do we do? We go back and then...
I'm sure there's some last minute things we can do around the guild hall to give us a little bit more time, but I'm not sure what everyone else is gonna do, so I guess let's just play it by ear until the time comes.
Okay. Oh, it'll be good, right? It'll be a good day. It won't be a sad day.
Yeah, and I'm sure the news that we got to tell them will give them a little boost in happiness.
Do you think Stir will be happy? Or would I be happy for myself? I think I would be, right? It's very confusing.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be good news. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Okay. See Daisy. Get ready, grab all my stuff.
Yeah. Guys, gather together your equipment, head out through the inn and into the bustling streets. Takes about another half an hour or so to walk up the hill, and actually, you guys can both fly.
I'm gonna princess carrier through the air to the guild hall.
Okay. You leap into Ken's arms, and he carries you through the air over to the guild hall. Is there anything Oni and Aerith wanted to talk about while you guys were at breakfast? You'll be there for an hour or so before everyone else shows up, so wanted to give you the option.
I wanted to ask him if he wanted to try the convergence move again. See if we can, or I can get it to work.
Yeah, he'll help. He doesn't mind. He'll also fill you in about the fact the Stir came in drunk as hell last night, just for a good laugh.
Okay. So as you guys finish up your breakfast and begin to head out towards the training hall to practice your convergence move, you move towards the entry, and as you do, you see coming from one end of the hallway, Stir and Nick. Stir, who is looking quite hungover, kind of just like he's like hunched over, and his eyes are just like dark and have those deep shadows underneath it, and he's just sort of like, oh, a hand on the wall, kind of just leaning on it. And from the other direction, Ken and Mia, as everyone's kind of rejoining in the way I like, all at the same time.
Hey, look, the
Sure, look.
birds. Flying in like actual birds.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hi, Aaron.
Good morning.
So,
Morning, Stir.
yeah, how's everyone doing? Stir, you're looking,
Are you okay?
Just finding the limitations of mortal life a little bit more stymieing than I remember, but I'll be fine.
well,
The two of you look well.
yeah, we had a good time. Oh, shit! And then Ken's gonna make sure the art is not rolled up or is still safe, and try to find a. You know what? Ken's gonna see if there's any like unused pieces of wood, and then like use fabricate to
Okay.
make a frame for it real quick.
Okay. Easily done. You head into, or actually, you run up to the front counter, and as you would come in, you kind of like had walked past Chad, who'd given you a wave, but was working with, he was actually working with the, oh god, what did we call them? It's just looking.
Explorers.
Yes, the Starlight Explorers. He was talking with them, so you saw as their. I actually had his name up here for a moment when I was looking through my notes earlier today. Their leader, kind of the half orc, talking with Chad, and he raises his hand as you scurry past. And as you dart back out and knock on Hendir's door, you quickly get some scrap wood from like an old crate that he had been using to hold potions in that he didn't need anymore. Running back over, you kind of break it down into its constituent pieces of wood and then fabricate it into a picture frame.
Yeah,
Perfectly sized for the painting that you had meticulously cared for.
go ahead and get that slid in. Make sure it's nice and secure and safe, and then run back into the cafeteria and present it to everyone.
Okay.
Ooh, lovely picture.
Isn't it? It's so pretty.
Yeah, gotta keep this somewhere safe. The artist said we have to keep this. Can't roll it up for like 12 hours for the paint to completely dry.
Right. I was going to ask, where do you want to keep it? I mean, I don't know if you wanted to just keep it in your bag, or did you actually want to hang it up somewhere?
Well, my first art is Starfall, but we can't go back there right now. But I'll figure it out. I'll just.
What about our barracks chamber, or your barracks chamber?
Yeah, we can
This
keep
is-
it there for now until we're able to return to Starfall.
Oh, yeah,
Could at least hang it up instead of having it in a bag.
yeah, that's true.
Or
Okay.
even... Yeah. He like looks over at one of the walls here within the cafeteria. But this is your home here, so... Kind of looks at Mia. Looks at Ken. There's something different. You both seem lighter.
Yeah, so about that. Mia, do you want to show them?
Show them what?
The present I gave you last night?
The painting?
No. The other
No.
one.
The other. Oh, right. She'll quick turn and then like turn to Stir and hold up both of her hands, but she's holding them like palms towards him.
Mia, rotate your hands.
Palms down.
Rotate your left hand, palm down.
Okay, palm down this way.
You flip your hand over, and as you do, the light coming in through the windows in the cafeteria behind you as you're standing kind of in the doorway, this double door entryway into the cafeteria, catches the stone in the ring, and for a moment it shines with every color of the rainbow. Stir looks down at it and smiles, looks over at Ken. Congratulations to both of you.
Aerith just has the face of excitement and then concern mixed together. But he's trying to seem excited.
Ken made it for me, and it's very pretty, and he said it's very special. And it means
is
lots of
very
good things.
special. Do you know what it means?
He explained it, sort of. That it means we'll always be together.
I give a slight side eye to Ken.
I mean, it's close enough.
Yeah, it's I guess it's a physical manifestation of my pledge to Mia that, yes, I will be there for her now and evermore.
See as Stir's eyes well up just a little bit. He smiles, nods, puts a hand on your shoulder, another down on Mia's shoulder. I'm very happy for both of you. We will do everything. He looks at you, Ken. We will do everything we can to keep her safe. You do everything you can to keep yourself safe.
Does that mean Stir's gonna walk her down the aisle?
If you would like me to, it would be my honor.
Well, I believe that'll be Mia. I think that'll be your purview. We really need to talk about weddings, don't we?
Is that the same as the marriage?
It's
Aerith already has a large wedding planning book.
Woof. Binder shows up.
Don't worry, I've got it all taken care of.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
I planned 50 weddings just for you two. I did narrow it down from 2,000, so... But there are still many options in terms of floral, as well as catering, and then the dress, and your tux, and the hairstyle. Aerith is just listing all the things necessary for a wedding.
As you start to just go, and the list goes and goes, Stir kind of grips his hands on both your shoulders tightly and smiles at you, and then his head perks up. He goes, I smell bacon. And he kind of pushes his way past both of you. He's going to go get some food.
Yeah. So, yeah, weddings are like a celebratory ceremony.
They're a type of grand festival just for you two. Well, technically
So-
for two people, but right now it's for you two.
So, a party. I love parties,
Oh yes, a big party.
like the one we went to at Titania's house.
Yeah, essentially. But you, my dear, would be the center of attention. And Ken.
So,
Let's just
What are
hope
we
somebody
gonna-
doesn't rob you of Snicker snack in the same way. That
I was,
Snuck in
she
for
was
a
about to
second.
say, so what is gonna get stolen then from us?
Oh, no. No one's gonna steal from us. I will ensure it. And I give Oni, like, a slight glare. Of just like, you're gonna be head of security.
Okay, but so they'll be dancing, and I liked that.
Yes,
That was
there will
fun.
be dancing. Eric just has
And
his arm around Mia's shoulders, just staring up into the sky, just picturing it. Just waving
And
his hand
also-
every time you mention something.
card games. There were card games there.
We can. We should talk about that, though.
Okay. What else did they do there? I forget. Oh, there was also that other party that we went to in Feywild, and they had animals and circus acts.
I mean, there will definitely be at least a animal at your wedding, because there's no way you can possibly exclude Fred.
He's gonna be the flower alligator.
You don't even know what that means.
I don't. That was me, not Mia.
There's a little bit of our knowledge poking through here and there. Comes back, he's got a big plate of bacon and eggs. This is what I needed.
I snatch a piece of bacon just for fun.
He reaches his hand up to snack your hand away, and he looks at you, and then he gives you a smile and lets you take a piece. I can get more, aren't you? Well, I don't mean to put a damper on the fun plans, but we do. The longer we dally, the more dangerous things will get. We should finish our breakfast. And looks at Mia and Nick. Make our way.
I mean, but I still have to. I have some stuff I want to give people, and I need to talk to Chad. And I could bring Emily another piece of cake.
Well, we still have
Um,
some time for people to eat breakfast, and afterwards.
We have some time. Yes. And I would never begrudge you your goodbyes. So say what you would need. But our story must continue. And so must theirs.
can it wait?
His eyes close, and you see like one tear out of the right side of his right eye just fall down his cheek. I don't know. I want to say it can, but that's only because I don't want to take this away from you. He looks at Aerith. Magic is beginning to unravel. The longer we delay, the more insidious that will become. Once this is over, once we are victorious, there will be so many days, a life. But for now, our paths must diverge, though never far. And he kind of reaches up or kind of, I guess it's on your wrist, kind of reaches down and taps on your tattoo. You are bound, magically, emotionally, in every way. There is no force that could drive the two of you apart.
She'll just nod.
He looks at Ken. I used to think you were a bit of a thorn in my side. Artificers, thinking they knew better than Mistra on how magic should flow, how it should work. An evolution that, while I didn't begrudge your species, I was cautious of. You have shown me that it is just another way of using the same tools, and perhaps some of the tricks that you utilize to shape magic, to guide it, we can use on Mechanus. Thank you. Oh, it's Earth, okay. Thank you, Ken, for always being yourself.
Oh, well, shucks. Well, I'm glad my craft can be of use, especially to the prime. You'd be deity certified, I guess, would be the apt phrase. But yes, I will. That's all I can really be. Myself. Using what I can to protect those dear to me. And continue to do so.
You are a good man. And he looks at Mia. And you chose well. I believe, Nick had a few things he wanted to...
Oh, yes, I have gifts that I wrote down and forgot where I put them.
I remembered. I just wanted to make sure you remembered too.
I gotta scroll up and
I
figure
think
out
it
where
was
I
in
put it.
Discord.
It was in Discord. I just need to find it.
Welcome back.
Oh, yes, I have gifts. Farewell. Parting gifts for all of you. I have an immovable rod for whoever wants it. A helm of comprehend language. And a potion of fire giant strength, just one of them. And a deck of illusions. I hope these gifts will aid you.
Can I have the tag? I'm like slowly reaching out for the deck of cards.
It's a deck of illusions. I made specifically sure it was the deck of illusions and not deck of many things. As funny as that would be.
That would probably be problematic.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Cade probably wouldn't allow it.
If I did, it would be like a limited deck with some of the world breaking ones taken out. But that
There's just one card left in it.
right.
I would like to request the potion of fire giant strength.
Are you thinking your belt's gonna get lost somewhere again?
I mean, better to have and not need, right? Who knows? I might need that extra little oomph if some strength is involved. Unless one of y'all wants it.
Nope.
I mean, it probably fits Ken the best, anyways.
Yeah.
It just seems like a bad sign.
I tried to get items that didn't require attunement that everyone could use. So. Ta-da.
I mean, I'll grab the helm.
All items from my personal vault.
Yeah, you could probably shore up any languages that you might not have for us.
Pretty sure it just lets you cast
Comprehend languages.
comprehend, yeah, infinitely.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it says at will.
Yep.
I don't like the design of the helm.
Just get Ken to remodel it for you, easy.
Yeah.
He can turn it into like a little crown or a tiara
Yeah,
for you.
give him. Yeah, can we just like have it like a little tiara or crown or something? Something presentable and it doesn't affect my small hat
Well,
wearing.
I have to see what this looks like.
I didn't have a tiara of comprehend languages. Though. I had a helm of comprehend languages.
Oh, that is
It's
Items.
frightening, isn't it?
that is terrifying.
I mean, you can do what my friends in Flagstaff did with a rod of a movable rod.
Make it
Oh, yeah, I
stuck.
thought you were coming with us.
I know, that's why she didn't say anything. She's just slowly reaching towards it.
No, yeah, no.
Ew.
It's for them. You're supposed to help them.
Presents for the other people. No.
We can get another rod some other time.
Oh, man.
We'll make it part of your learning experience. We'll craft one together, okay?
Alright. You know, Ken has a cool book on artificery if you wanted to read it, Stir. It made no sense to me, but I think you'll
He looks over at Ken. I wouldn't be opposed to more education, though I wouldn't want to take something that's referenced or useful from you.
Oh no, go for it.
Is this one of the ones you wrote, or which one is this? This is the
Pretty
intro
sure-
to
Pretty sure that's the book we snatched from Thune
from Throne.
way back
Okay.
then.
Takes the book,
Oh, the one
The-
that I had?
Yeah.
Okay.
the now kind of well-loved leather-wrapped cover and the pages that have been read through many times as you've used this to help many people here on the Sword Coast kind of understand the basics of artificery.
Look,
He
it has pictures.
thumbs through it. Yes, they are. So this is what they call mana circuitry. We use arcane scripture and circles, but they use more of.
Right, it looks really weird.
It does.
Like the magic stuff looks cool, and it's almost like
Elegant,
I don't know.
right?
well,
This is more
yeah.
structured, I guess I would say
Yeah.
first. But it is interesting. This is fascinating. The breakdowns of a bag of holding. Oh, I see. He holds up the book and smiles at you, and it's the first time that he smiled this morning that it looks not genuine. They've all been genuine, but happy. Like actually something that has made him happy. And he closes it. This will offer many insights. Thank you, Ken.
No problem. Yeah, just send me a sending. I'll try to answer any questions you might have within 25 words.
That is a strange limitation, isn't it? I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, can we fix that?
I'll work on it. Maybe when we rebuild the loom, we can find where that bug exists. With some rogue Modron just having fun. Looks at Mia. Did you have anything you wish to give them?
I have some cool things that I bought before.
Okay.
Was that a hand grenade?
Holy
Takes
This
out
is a bomb.
3 more potions of love. Be like, I've been giving you this every day, Ken, for the last week. Make sure you drink yours every morning.
But actually, now that I left, don't take them. That might get awkward.
Yeah.
You have to
Tap
take
in
them and
your
look at a
blood
picture.
into it.
Yeah.
Make sure you stare at the painting of us every morning while you drink this.
Oh no.
That's so disturbing, Mia. Jesus.
Oh
I didn't
god.
think you would go that far.
Unless you wanted to wait. Just
No, I mean,
seemed as good a time as any.
right. like I'd like to give some stuff to everybody. I just don't know what would be best for everyone.
Oh, that's okay.
I just gave random items. I'm like, yeah, random shit go.
As you guys kind of start, or as Mia starts sorting through her mental inventory, looking through random stuff, you've regathered around and sat down at one of the cafeteria tables here and have been having this conversation kind of in the middle of the room amidst the light din of conversation, the 3 or 4 other groups here within the guild hall. And as Mia starts kind of her hand going into her bag, you hear a voice behind you. Excuse me, I'm not interrupting, am I? And you turn around to see Koro is approaching.
Hey, Cora, good
morning.
morning.
Good morning. You're not. I'm not interrupting, am I?
No. Come sit. We're just hanging out.
Look
Thank
at this
you,
stuff
thank
here.
you.
Do you want this? And she'll press a little like tiny ball into Koro's hands. It's one of Takashi's smoke bombs.
Uh-oh.
She kind of like takes it into her hand, tosses tosses it into the air. I would recognize my dad's handiwork anywhere. It's actually what I was hoping to talk to you about. I just spoke with him, and well, sending 25 words or less. Couldn't get the full story across. He's looking into some stuff there on Acheron, trying to uncover the cult's influences there, finding the Kolya, the leader of the BID. And he's run into some sort of
Issues?
wall.
Oh.
It's literally a wall with celestial writing on it, and well, when it comes to the gods, you guys are pretty much his first thought. So he was wondering if you all had any availability to give him a hand.
I mean, I can read
He can't
Celestial.
read.
I can
That's
read
what-
Celestial if, you have something, or he can... I don't know.
Same.
Just write it down.
Yeah.
I speak Celestial, so I can also chip in as needed.
Yes,
Do we need to go to him? Is he coming to us?
Yeah, it sounds
You
like
got like a
we're gonna go
message?
to him.
yes, he still hasn't. He still has no way off of Acheron, so she kind of like looks over at Mia, who's still like wrist deep in bag of holding, probably has like hung out one side of her cheek as she's thinking and trying to figure out what to grab from it. And he knows that you all have the capability of traversing the plains, so he was hoping you could come to him.
This isn't
Okay.
a pressing matter, is it? Because we're kind of stacked on those.
Kind of like sits back. 25 words or less. He's been at this for a few days. We speak every day, at least a little bit, and he's been trying to figure out what.
The problem is literally he can't read.
He can't read, right? He's spoken with several of the locals there, and it seems that there is some question about Kolya's disappearance and his presence, and so he is investigating, and that led him to the Temple of Helm, in which he found a wall with celestial writing. That's all I've got. And
Do we have the means to go and get back? Can Mia or Nick hang out a little bit longer because they are kind of the facilitators of us getting to and from there now?
Right.
And
Well, I mean,
they're about to leave.
I guess we could send you there right before we leave.
But then how do we get back?
Well, you know.
Can Mia or one of the two hang out with us just a little bit longer, just so we can go help our boy and have a means of return available?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you need to go there now, you need to go there now before we leave.
How about this? Nicholas will take either me or Oni, and then Mia stays here. And then once one of us gets the celestial writing down, then we'll come back. Or something along those lines.
Yeah, but knowing how I think we should all go just in case something pops off. Just to be on the safe
I
side.
definitely agree, but I also think we definitely need a way back. We kind of are at a very big turning point here in terms of fires and irons, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
we can't just go with no means of return assured.
I can plane shift twice.
And so can I guess, technically.
Yeah, that's what I say. Can we wait to send them, our boys, off until after we go check in with Takashi real quick and see what he needs?
I mean, so if you don't think it'll take a long time, if we could go with them and just hang out at Ekron for a little bit until they're ready to go back.
Ekron City.
I think so. I don't know any other ones.
Kind of like looks between all of you.
I mean, plus if it's celestial writing, it'd probably be best that the former gods read it.
Former.
Only looks
Former
at Nick and
current.
Only looks at Nick and in perfect celestial says, "I can do it just fine, bro."
I can't read. Usually Nick can't do celestial.
Yeah, Oni does. He actually speaks and can read it.
That was.
I don't remember that language anymore.
Does Stir still remember? I'm assuming Stir still remembers.
Come on, one
Celestial?
last job before retirement.
Just go read some writing on the wall, in and out.
10-minute adventure.
Let us.
Get stuck in Akron again.
He kind of like leans forward, puts his head into his hands. Very well, but at the first sign that things begin to go haywire with magic, we must progress to Mechanus. And
We will.
I
It'll
don't
be
want
fine.
us to be separated again.
No, I think we should all go, and like I said, we can go, and just hang out, and it won't take that long. They just got to go read a wall, and then from there we can send them back, and we can go. I promise.
Oni, can you roll me an insight check?
We're gonna get there, and it's gonna be like just graffiti that some rogue Modrons wrote.
Could you roll me an insight, Oni? Yeah. Because I know yours is ridiculously high. 23. If the wall is just a wall, then yes, short, in and out. There's a lot of concern, like every mention of delay seems to get him just a little bit more worried, and this kind of like, oh, it's a new job, let's go check it out, seems to be concerning him a little bit more.
Okay, then, how about this? What if we go run up to Manon's? Why don't we see if he has a scroll that we can use? You guys can send us, and then we can have somebody send us back with the scroll.
Man,
That way you don't have to.
I could just grab Oni quick, fast go over there, have him read quick, come back, and then Mia can teleport us away.
Right, that was the concern about the splitting up part, though.
I think it'd be better we all just go together. I mean, it's been a long time since I was in Acheron City.
But
They got a nice nightclub.
well, like Oni said,
They have
if
several.
we get a scroll, and then we just need to bring them there, and then we can go. If you're concerned.
Such scrolls are exceedingly rare for high-level magic. It is a good idea, but it would be...
I mean, we have the spell slots.
Yes. It's better if we just help facilitate this and delay our plans somewhat
Just a little
further.
bit. Just a little bit.
Poor Stir.
Could be.
He raises one hand and points
How
it at
big
Mia.
is this wall?
Oh, he said it was quite large,
Wall
and
size.
Oh no.
it has. He said there were circles on it and celestial writing. He said large wall, circles, celestial writing. It made me think of wanderers.
Oh my god.
Could you
The
ask them for
Helmets
help?
comprehend languages. Just send it to. Just send it to.
Hell yeah, dude, just smell it.
Take
Air
that
dropping for him.
Show up. Don't even say a word. Just throw him the helmet. Leave.
Yeah, we can just do that instead.
It's good to see you, Taxi. Bye. Chest past the helmet like a basketball as we're teleporting away.
And we just teleport in, slam it on his head, and then deuce out.
Oh no! But I will
But it
agree
has,
to
like,
this.
a sticky note that on front of it, just explaining how to use it.
Put on helmet.
Yeah, instructions. Put on. Enjoy.
Put on head. Read languages.
Puts it on backwards.
I agree to this under two conditions. One, the three of us stay out of this. I have almost watched both of you die too many times in the last 48 hours for us to jump back into the frying pan, even if it is just a wall with writing.
We're
I don't know. I
fine.
don't feel like I got hit at all. I think the only near-death scenario I've actually been in was the worm.
Well, you got hit during one of the...
Yeah, no, I got pelted, but I had my shield up every single time. So I took like 3 damage each time. I think I only barely lost max was like 6 HP. Surprisingly. No, it was a little bit more than that. Probably 10 HP. Still not a lot.
Okay, we'll stay out of it. I
The second
promise.
being...
If any fighting starts, I'll pretend I'm a lost old man.
My other condition is that from Acheron City we proceed onward to Mechanus. We must continue to move forward.
How will everyone else get back?
We can
I
bring
mean,
them
well,
up.
once we wrap it up, you guys can send us back, and then you
Oh,
can
okay.
go.
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Okay.
I write down the instructions on how to use the helm, just in
Alright, so go in, read a wall, leave.
Yes.
Aldwin's wall.
we just have to get them there because we're the only ones who can.
I know.
Watch just be just a massive fucking like strip of wall that takes forever to read.
We're gonna get there, and that wall's actually gonna trap us in, and now we can't leave even if we wanted to.
The moment you read the wall aloud, it's a trap.
The three of us just standing in the background, well, can't get involved. Guess we'll just go.
Like this year problem now.
Alright, so tackle run, read a wall, in and out, 10-minute adventure. Let's get it.
Exactly.
Ooh, Acheron.
Okay.
Do you want to do it, Mia, or do you want me?
Yeah, I mean, I still have the little metal thing that Takashi gave, so I think I have to do it. Or at least whoever is holding it has to do it.
I need to do it then.
And you've said your goodbyes.
Oh, right.
I am sorry.
I
He feels so bad. Like,
know.
every time he keeps having to remind you this, it's like the look of sadness on his face is it's almost overwhelming.
Just when you guys come back, Ken, if you could tell Chad that I said bye.
Of course.
And give him this. And she'll give you a little wand.
Okay.
He doesn't smile enough, so it makes people smile.
Yeah, I understand. I'll be sure to give it to him.
Okay. And tell him to bring Emily more chocolate cake, because she needs it too.
I will.
Okay. Then I'm ready.
Very well. Koro kind of stands up and goes, I don't
Are you coming
want
with?
I want to. I do. I want to go home, but I don't want to risk him by allowing myself to be a weak point again. So I am going to stay here until all of this is settled. But please, pass along my love and tell him that I tell him to be safe.
Will do.
Thank you all. I wasn't 100% sure you'd be willing to help on such short notice, and I'm glad I was wrong. He has good friends in you.
Yeah, your dad's one of us. So, if he needs help, we're gonna do our damnedest to get there and help him.
Thank you. All right, she stands up. Good luck. Heads on out of the guild hall. Or out of the
Bye.
cafeteria.
Don't worry.
All right,
You guys
y'all.
are...
Prep time. Get our stuff. Finish up breakfast. I gotta write something down real quick, and then Ken's gonna scrabble like a note to himself for later.
Okay.
He needs to build something.
Okay. So while you guys finish up breakfast here in the cafeteria, anything else you wanted to do before heading on to the next leg of the journey?
I want to train, but I don't think we got time for that, so I'll wait until we're back.
Not anymore. Takashi
Yeah.
ruined it. It's all his fault.
Takashi.
Yeah.
Not his fault. He can't read.
You should have learned.
Should have learned.
He knows Common
Uh-huh.
and I think Elvish.
I think so.
That's our
He knows
boy.
common, and that's it.
All right. Did you want to try to work in your thing, Aerith, before you go, or just...
Nah, we'll just go.
Okay.
'Cause
As
I don't
Ken
know how
finishes...
long the convergence will take.
It's fair.
Don't forget your homework.
You don't know.
As Ken wraps up his notes, and you guys all get kind of that nod that your stuff's together, you're ready to go. Where are you leaving from?
Training field?
Yeah.
Did you want to say goodbye to Chad and Emmeline while they were doing that, Mia? I know you were trying to not delay things, but it kind of got delayed anyway.
She-
Might as well.
It's all Takashi's fault.
Okay. I feel like I'm gonna make him sad though.
He's gonna be sad regardless.
That's not. But that's sad.
See?
But if maybe if I go and then he just won't think that anything's wrong and just assume that everything's good, right? Okay. All right, she'll take the wand of smiles back from Ken and just like go back down the hall and kind of like peek around and see if he's at the front desk.
You take back the wand and head back down the hallway. Chad is sitting at his desk. He's just scribbling on a piece of parchment, and as you kind of poke your head out, his head like perks up and he looks one way and then the other, and he sees you there, kind of raises his hand with the inkwell in it and waves. Hey, Mia.
Hi, Chad. Okay. She'll come up to the desk and kind of just stand there and fidget a little bit.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Another day, another dollar. Wait, what's a dollar?
Another coin.
How about you? You okay?
Kind of. I guess I'm kind of sad.
Oh, is there anything I can help with?
I wish there was. You know the big guy who kind of looks like me? You saw him, right?
Yeah, with the armor.
Right. So funny thing, apparently he is me.
His face scrunches up in confusion. Like a twin? He's so much older than you.
I don't think he would like
Being
you to say
grumpy all
that,
the time
but...
would do that to you.
Will.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong.
Technically, I guess we're the same age. Sort of.
But you're
It's
so young.
complicated. You know about gods and stuff, right?
A little bit. Not a lot. We're not really a practicing household.
Right. Do you know about like the cool important ones?
Like Bahamut. And let's
He's
see.
pretty cool.
Yeah. Let me pull up my list here. See what else he might know here. I know of Lyra and obviously Lathander.
Okay, but like bigger ones.
Kind of like
Feel like
Thanks.
they're just poking
Thanks.
at you like, God of magic.
Mistra?
Yeah. Perfect. That one.
What about her? I don't know a lot. I know that she kind of like governs magic, rules over magic, gifts magic. I don't know the specifics of it.
But like magic and stuff, yeah. So that's us.
Me and the man in armor.
Right?
You're like a warlock of hers?
No.
He's rolling so well, guys. This is
Oh
really
my
good.
God.
He's had a 7, a 5, and 2 2s.
Sounds about right. No, like we are or were, I guess, Mistra.
Roll me a persuasion check.
She just holds her hands out like, ta-da! Persuasion.
His face kind of like crunches. He looks, tilts his head. What? How?
Well,
doesn't-
I mean, I don't know how we were Mistra, but we just were, I guess. And then stuff happened, and we broke apart. I guess.
Did that hurt?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Stir. I hope not.
But okay. But what? And like sits back in his chair and like looks down at his papers. Okay. So, what does that mean?
That's why I'm here now. Is I guess it means that I have to go. So I wanted to say goodbye.
You see for a moment a flicker in his eyes before like his jaws tense and he smiles. Oh well, okay. Are you gonna be coming back anytime, or is this a forever kind of thing?
I don't know. I hope not. I want to come back and come back and see everybody. And I mean, eventually I have to be able to come back, right? Can't stay there forever.
I hope so.
I mean, I can
hope so.
I can go get Stir if you wanted to talk to him. He knows a lot more than I do.
No,
Sometimes about
no,
things.
no. He kind of makes me uncomfortable.
Well, he's nice. He's just kind of sad sometimes because I guess he got all of the memory parts and remembers that everything was sad.
Well, that's certainly a way to put it.
Okay. I mean, I always knew once you joined them that you were going to be coming and going, and
Yeah.
he looks up at you, and I know that you and Ken have. You were my first friend, really. First person who didn't rush me along and it gave me time to be myself.
And that won't change. We're still friends.
Promise?
Yeah. You were my first friend too. And you didn't steal stuff from me in the street or make me get lost, and you brought me here so that somebody else didn't try to hurt me.
That's what friends do.
Exactly.
He gets up from the table and walks around and stands in front of you and looks eye to eye with you. You got taller
Yeah.
She had a growth spurt.
He leans forward and he gives you a big hug.
She'll hug him back tightly.
Now
Better.
kiss. I mean, what?
Already cheating on your husband. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Better see you again.
I hope so. I mean, maybe someday I can come back and bring you with me, and we can go and look, and I can show you Mechanus. I don't know if it's nice there because I've never. Well, I guess I have been there, but I don't remember it.
His brain is not functioning anymore.
I would like that. Kind of just like stifles a little bit of a hitch in his voice. Pushes back from you. You look in his eyes, and they're watering, but they're not like tears streaming down his face, and he has a genuine smile on his face. I look forward to it.
Me too. Oh, and then this is for you. And she'll hand him the wand.
He looks at it, and he kind of like turns it over in his hands, and I think you've used this on him before.
Maybe. I don't remember. That would be pretty fun,
I'm pretty sure
honestly.
you have. And he just smiles and kind of like places it down on the desk. Goes, I'll keep it to remember you by.
Oh my god.
And you can use it to make people happy.
It kind of actually hurts, but yeah. I like to make people happy.
Also, please continue to keep bringing Emmeline chocolate cake for me since I won't be here, because she seems kind of stressed.
Yeah.
Especially the past couple days.
Yeah. Kind of looks down at the papers on his desk and shuffles a few of them around. I will, as much as we can.
Right.
Help take care of her.
Yeah. And she wouldn't really say much. Is she okay?
Roll me a persuasion check.
You're good at those, right?
In theory.
26. He looks over at her door. Things aren't going well. The guild's apparently running out of funds, and we're having to borrow from some of the other guild halls in Baldur's Gate and in Waterdeep.
Well, that's not good.
She doesn't want them to know. She knows that they'll try to fix it, and this is...
Wouldn't that be good?
Looks at you. They have more important things than making sure that the guild hall stays. They have to save the world. We can save this place. Just gotta get the wilds a little bit safer so that we can get back to work. Get the contracts rolling in again. Caravans. Right now, mostly we've been just working guard shifts around the city to try to get what funds we can. But that can't last forever. Braun's
Right.
trying to help, throwing us what he can, but... And now, apparently someone's returned. It's been away for a while, and barged in there, and they've been talking for the last half an hour, so who knows what's going on. But I know that if... She knows that if it got bad, she could ask Ken for help, or Aerith,
Of course.
or any of you.
I'm sure that they would always be willing to help.
I'll remind her of that next time I bring her chocolate.
Good. Okay. I mean, I could give you a couple. I have some of these coins left if you want some of them. I don't know if that would help you.
Honestly, anything helps right now. Just keeping the stores filled and our
Okay. Here. So you take
services taken
this,
care of. Okay.
and she puts the last of her money, which is 99 platinum.
Okay.
Just you take that, and you can give that to her, and hopefully it helps for a little bit.
He weighs like the bag in his hand and opens it and looks at it. This will help a lot. I'll let her know, and we'll. Thank you.
Of course.
He smiles and kind of like puts the bag down on his desk, leans in, gives you another big hug. Okay, it's not goodbye. It's till we meet again.
Okay, till we meet again.
He
Got it.
squeezes you a little tighter. Till we meet again. Breaks the hug. Heads back over to his desk.
She'll head back to find everybody.
You head in.
You're right. Be right back.
Yeah.
Real
Take a
quick.
short break. Because, yeah, I figure we're heading to Acheron next. Unless, does anybody else have anything they wanted to do while Mia is talking with Chad? I know Ken's writing up his notes for himself.
I'm good.
Give Gina a minute or two and then dive back in. Send that to you so you can have a little bit more information.
Oh, lovely.
Hmm.
Okay, never mind. I read the second sentence. I just read the first sentence. I'm like, oh, great. That's gonna be a while, but okay, that's better.
Mm-hmm.
Not terrible. Just one big sentence.
At least it's not 250 words.
Have you? This was a long time ago, but some archaeologists discovered like an old written thing, like in some like stone wall, and they're like, oh, what does it say? What does it say? And they got a bunch of people together to like figure out what it says, and it was just someone making a dick joke, like in really old Latin.
I've seen some of like the Greek graffiti from like the old days. It's so fucking funny, man.
It's just gonna be like that. That's what's gonna be on the wall. Just some dumb dick joke graffiti from a celestial.
Aerith will definitely not take note
Sorry, I'm back.
All good. All right. So, as you head back to the cafeteria to regather your allies, you guys were going to head out from the training yard? Or is Ken AFK now?
I think he's stepped away for a second.
Okay. Give him a second too then. What you doing, Graham?
Living his best life.
Yeah, he is. Come here, buddy.
Easy.
Come here. He's been trying to be good.
Also, I'm gonna give Aerith my wind fan.
Wind?
I forgot to do that. Yes. So you can play with that. Meant to give you that before and then I forgot.
So if I don't wait for the next day, it has a 20% chance of not working,
To break.
and then it breaks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
joy.
See, where are my notes? Which ones have we done? Got there, just did that. Cool. I gave myself like beats to hit, like a list of things that I didn't want to forget to do, like Arcane Classroom, Aerith 101.
Aerith homework.
Certainly not disturbing.
Trying to figure out what to do with you, man. Like, I want to give you as much as everyone else gets, but
I have returned.
welcome back.
Heck yeah.
Now we can figure this out together, Aurora. Together.
Together, we will devour the very gods.
Maybe. I don't know.
Please do not eat the gods.
All right.
It
So,
always comes back to avoid in this campaign.
Apparently. Why
Nice.
stop there? Continue the tradition.
as you were heading out to the training field, right? To teleport? Okay. So as Mia returns to the cafeteria, gathers the party up, Ken, you finish writing up your notes and kind of tuck it all away, head out the back into the wide open field. Any last minute business before you guys head to Acheron?
No one's forgetting anything.
Taking all those potions out of my scroll story and keeping them on my person.
Right, I should probably, honestly, I should
Yeah.
just give
That was
Ken, I'm
what-
gonna give you all of Mia's potions, which is 2 greater and 4 commons. Because if
It
I'm
does,
staying
it's
out of it, I don't know what I'll need them for.
2 greater 4 common.
Alright. Who wants a greater healing potion?
it.
Sold to the Rainbow Man.
To Rainbow Sparkles.
All right. Last minute divvying of goods. You take out.
It's my ever smoking pipe. No one gets it. That's mine.
This is
I
mine.
would-
I'm keeping it.
I would be disappointed if you didn't bring that with you. That
Gotta have something to do.
exactly. And we're going to have plenty of work to do, but gotta have hobbies, you know.
Me and Ken learned about smoking last night.
Okay, we'll discuss that when we get to where we're going.
Okay, let's go.
4 calming healing potions and 2 graders, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. As you all gather around, a dozen or so feet from the rear exit of the guild hall, where it opens into this massive field, you take out the shard that once stuck out of the head of your friend Takashi, that you use as your anchor to Acheron, begin casting out the plane shift spell. And as you do, the magic swirls around you and encompasses all of you. And in that moment, right before you feel it all, like, manifest and take hold, you hear a door slam open. Goes, wait! Footfalls rapidly towards you. Aerith, you feel a hand on your shoulder. You feel as the world itself, you rack through and fall through the skin of the world, only to have that kind of reverse shattering dome around you reassert Acheron. You stand in the middle of the same park you've always appeared in. The 6 of you there, and Aerith, as you look to your right, the hand on your shoulder is clenching you tight. It is heavily bandaged. Roll me a perception check.
I'm so good at those. Mer.
You kind of like glance over, but it mostly just looks like loose mummy bandaging going up the arm, but the arm is just clenching into your shoulder. The rest of you see Rose standing behind Aerith, kind of hair a little bit disheveled and sweaty as they look like they had just been running, and they have Aerith in what looks like a death grip on his shoulder.
Can I Misty step behind the person and like hold out my weapon?
Yeah. You, Rose, as you had arrived in the guild hall some time ago, you immediately went to go speak with Emmeline, tell her everything that had happened, everything that you've been through. She told you about the Wanderers returning, what they had been up to, and that she had just spoken with Koro and sent a message on to Takashi, letting him know that they would be arriving soon. And in that moment, realized that they were about to leave this entire plane of existence with no way for you to get to where they were, and you need them. So you bolted out, ran down the hallways, saw as the spell was manifesting, and as your hand latched onto the shoulder of Aerith, you heard a pleasant growl in your mind. And as you hold Aerith there tight, a flash of rainbow magic in front of you, and your hand kind of goes limp in the air, and Aerith appears behind you. You hear the shing of his rapier being drawn.
Whoa.
Wait,
Aerith,
are you gonna hit
chill.
me again?
What?
I'm very confused.
Isn't this
Go
how
ahead.
we met the first time? You guys trying to kill me?
Was he a
Hasn't Nicholas met Rose before?
No.
No.
No, Nick doesn't know Rose. Oni knows Rose.
Briefly.
No, actually. Well, does he?
I don't.
She was there at the meeting. But
Yeah,
it
but I don't
wasn't
think.
so much of as an introduction. He just knew of her.
But did? Because I'm trying to remember. This was a year ago.
Yeah,
help
so
me
he was at
remember
the
Earth.
meeting, so he would have seen Rose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
don't
you would
think
have
they
seen
were-
them as they were chased out of.
Yeah.
Essentially.
What a great introduction to Rose.
Yeah. So Ken and Oni recognize the person now standing over Aerith's shoulder. Aerith, as you
I would
appear
hope
behind
Ken
them,
would recognize.
they look much different. They look older. Go ahead, share the art again. No, I don't have to worry about finding it.
I can't remember if I actually ever posted it.
You did.
Oh
did?
wait, I would know her because I did the time stasis on
You
his
did.
sword.
You did. So you would recognize them, and you actually recognize them more now than Ken does, as you've seen them closer to how they really are now. See, I'm
There
just
it is.
getting tokens ready. I should have had this map like prepped, and I didn't. And oops.
But I thought you were stuck in the time thing.
God, don't talk to me about time things. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Can you put that away?
For now.
Thank you very much, Aerith.
You're welcome. I'm glad things have never changed between us.
Anna's just stupefied for a sec, and is just gonna slowly walk towards them. Rose?
Okay, now we're wanderers, but guys, hold still for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
It's kind of hard to do.
Hi,
when
Ken.
The world is ending.
You don't say. How are you?
How are we?
Yeah,
This is
How are
kinda-
you?
I'm so
It's just gonna-
confused. You were
just-
time stuck. We're trying to figure it out, and I don't figure it out. How did you get out?
Ken's just gonna rush them and like get them in a hug, like
Oh.
just tight enough to not hurt them.
Hi, Ken. It's been a while.
Ken starts crying. I
Oh,
am
no.
Rose. I am so sorry about what happened that night. I put your feelings and concerns in the back burner for what I thought was right, and I shouldn't have done that. I should have found a way to balance both of them. I hope you can forgive me.
Yeah. If for what it's worth, I was told that I was being an ass.
Aerith says nothing.
And I guess that might be sort of true. Yeah. Of course I forgive you. I thought you were pissed at me.
I was, honestly, but I realized that I was very much at fault as well. I should have listened to you during the meeting. I'm so sorry. And he's just gonna hug them again.
Make
Okay.
sure she's
It's-
breathing.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. Well, about that, did that work out terribly? Did that?
Yeah, we have a coalition. We got leadership from all over working to gather troops, supplies, and anything else we need to face the cult head on. They're listening now. Oh, introductions, I guess. Rose, this is Mia and Stir. and he puts emphasis
Okay.
on Mia.
Oh, cool. I'm glad I get forgotten.
Oh, sorry.
Rose
Poor little Nick.
serious.
I realize we're small, but
And,
This-
and you may remember Oni from the meeting.
Apologies. And this is Sir Nicholas.
Right. Honest. Turns to Aerith just for a second. Just honestly, not really. That was a really long time ago.
Well,
Who?
certainly for you. We kind of figured out what was happening in the Feywild.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Oh, I'm sorry. I just read something.
What
Kin's
exactly
just-
happened in the Feywild?
While they're talking, Ken's gonna tense up and just start looking around.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh man. Quick in and out adventure, we said. Oh, let's go look at the wall, we said.
I don't even know where he is right now.
You glance left and right. You see as maybe half a dozen people are just milling about, and you analyze them closely, but they just look like people. You don't see any threat, and then you hear that same voice in your mind, still panicked, insistent that the threat is here. It's right here, and it must be stopped.
Snickersnack?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Snickersnack is convinced that there is a dragon nearby, very close by.
Is it Rose?
Yeah, I was gonna say we know the whole stuff sprouting out of them. You might want to ask your friend what's up. Is everything's cool?
Oh, gods above. Rose, are you? So a while back, I had a dream, and towards the end of the dream, I saw that your arm was a little weird.
Yeah, looking at it now,
Mm.
what happened?
What? This one?
We're all
Kind of.
just going to show them.
No. Hold on. He just kind of tenses and takes a step back from Ken and shoves that hand into their pocket. Just, okay. So, there's a lot going on. You asked how I've been. It's complicated. And how the Feywild has been complicated.
how did you get out of the time dilation? I tried to do. I couldn't do it.
Time dilation.
I even froze the sword, but nothing seemed to work.
What sword? Wait, what are you talking about?
When you were
Hold
stuck
on.
in the Feywild, weird time shenanigans. We tried to get to you. Didn't work.
We couldn't plane shift into the Feywild because apparently time was being altered.
Right. Altered, yes. Points to Aerith. You remember when I said the complicated part? That's part of that.
I did
Just
freeze
sighs.
sword.
Mm-hmm.
Like runs both hands through their hair. God, I'm really not the person to ask about all that stuff. I kind of understood when Bastille was telling me about it. Things have been hard. There's been a lot going on. He was giving us more time.
Did this Bastille have an air element with him?
What?
You would know about Gary, actually, yeah. He would have
Oh.
had Gary.
Yeah. He had a friend that was an elemental sometimes. Called upon him a
Gary,
couple
okay,
times.
so this is the same Bastille. This is good. I think.
I mean, if we have time to talk, are you guys, after leaving the material again, are you
No,
busy?
We need to find Takashi.
What? Why?
Let's walk and talk.
I'll
Because-
send out ascending to Takashi, asking where he is, and if he can meet us somewhere, because we're in the park where we first appeared.
Yeah, because we can fill you in as we go deal with our problem, and you can fill us in on your arm situation, because we are going to circle back to that.
We have to, sure. It's complicated.
I'm so confused how you got here.
Nick's
Well-
just mad somebody did something he couldn't figure out.
He is. He stopped. He's like, how did you do it? What was the problem?
Okay, well, as we walk and talk, I guess I can start with that. Like I said, Bastille was giving us time to fix shit. Everything was fucked. It's been a lot. He said, I don't remember. I wish Taz was here. There was something that he was drawing on a paradox or something that let him fuck with time. It's been going for a while, and then he said something fixed it. Are you sure that we need to talk about this? We can go find people who know more about this to talk to, right?
Maybe.
No.
Speaking of people,
We're just kind of in a time crunch. It's not like we're putting you on the spot here. It's mainly just, cliff notes so that we kind of have an idea to go off of as we go from
Right.
one fire to the next.
Were you still fighting Titty Tanya?
Yes. And that's shit.
Has the fighting
Is our last-
stopped, or is it still going?
Oh no. No. Not stopped. But this is our last try. Which is why I'm here.
It's wild. All of this started with pennies.
Yeah,
And then-
you think.
Ken's also gonna chime in. Wait, if you're here, where's Tess McKellar?
Taz and Thorn are still back home. I told them I'd come here and find you guys and bring you back.
Boy, I love side quests.
Right. Okay.
As you say that, you look up Ken and you see as Takashi's walking towards you guys, waves a hand at you.
Oh, okay.
I wait
Rose-
back.
Rose actually steps behind Ken and kind of like puts their head down a little bit.
Mia,
Last time I saw this guy, he shot me.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Mia kind of leans over and goes, "I don't know what's going on. Who is that? Is that the person?"
Yeah, this is Rose. The one I was telling you about.
Oh, the one in the dreams.
Yeah.
I'm right here.
Takashi, where's
Hi.
the wall?
I forgot how his voice was.
You were about to say that in Nick, dude. That would have
I
been.
was about to do Nick, but I'm like, oh, yes, wow, amazing.
Our boy aged like milk, apparently.
I don't remember his voice.
I think it was just your voice.
Yeah,
Like,
he was just your
yeah,
default.
Takashi was just sort of your default.
All right. It was in the church to Helm in the basement, behind some stuff. Forgot what it was behind. Something.
Is there a way to get to that place quickly? Because apparently things won't stop appearing in front of us.
Yes, the sidewalk.
Alright,
Rude.
let's go.
Mia, as you casted the plane shift, or I guess as she did, there was this wave of magic, and as you appeared here, and during the first minute or so of the conversation with Rose, Mia sparkled with green, like glistening energy before it dissipated.
Magic surged again, huh?
Sorry.
As you guys are walking and talking, meeting with Takashi about halfway towards the exit of the park, Stir looks down to Nick and Mia, and then over to Rose. Where should we wait for you all to conclude your business here? Where would be safe? Looks over to Takashi.
Looks to DM. Where would be safe?
Right now, you've mostly been like living out of Koro's apartment or wherever your investigations have led. The last few days have literally been spent in the rectory at the Temple of Helm because it's just been this like constant trying to unravel what's going on.
Cool. Been living in the dumpsters. That's nice.
I mean, it's where he was doing when you found him. I pretty much just took him and kept on going.
I mean, I guess they could follow us. That if the Helm's temple is safe, I would assume it's somewhat safe. Sure, just follow us.
Very well.
We're going to the dumpster like Resident Evil 4.
Whee!
Get in the dumpster.
Snickersnack is still insisting. As you move away from the central part of the park, Ken, he becomes more agitated, more frustrated by your reluctance to act. You feel almost like this instinct to draw your sword.
Snickersnack, please. I understand you're very alerted, but right now we can't pinpoint where it is. I understand. Like once we take care of this, I'm gonna keep my head on the swivel. But until then, we gotta figure out what Takashi has for us. Okay? I'm keeping a lookout.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Fucking flash of genius.
All right. 1 second. Make sure.
Did Ken tell us about like the impending doom of a dragon attack?
Yeah,
Nope.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I just did earlier.
So then I will also keep my head on a slight swivel.
Okay. Roll me a perception check, Aerith.
I mean that when I said the arm, like the scale thing, you know, that was Oni saying that out loud because Ken told us about that dream. So just as a heads up, he did say that to you guys. So Ken, I know you might not want to look at it, but Oni is very much pointing fingers like, hey, you need to check your friend here. Not out of distrust, but out of worry that they might need help, you know?
And it's in like it's very narrative that you bring that up because I was about to tell you specifically with your passive insight. You've seen these little bits from both of them. Ken having to like stop, and he looks like almost like down to the corner, like he's talking over his shoulder. But you've seen Rose doing the same thing. This small little skip in the step of a conversation being had unheard. Aerith, you
Everything's fine.
glance around, and aside from the natives here, the people that that just live here on Acheron, you don't see any threats. Just your allies, Rose and Ken. It's actually feeling a little bit more like the old days. For good or worse. Better or worse.
You know that SpongeBob meme with Patrick, like, here and here? Only's just like, both hands at Ken, and then both hands at Rose, like, hey, y'all, you two, talk, please.
I thought we were busy.
I mean, we're still
Requesting
moving.
information.
We're still going forward, yes. But Both of you seem a little preoccupied, and I could tell you're having the same sort of inner monologue, which means you probably are also chatting with a buddy like our boy Ken here. And if Ken's chatting, he's talking to a magic sword that wants to slay dragons, so that's raising alarms for, I would assume, him, but maybe you want to fill him in, and vice versa, that way his sword doesn't go nuts, because we did take this from Titania also.
Somehow. We stole it.
What?
Right
Hold
from
on.
above her head.
What sword?
Oh, Ken will like point. This is Snickersnack. He is very chatty. He's a good guy though.
You have Snickersnack.
Seeing that you took her
Yeah.
panties, we got the sword. It was a pretty big win on our part.
You have her sword. Oh, that's even better.
Is that a hilarious laugh or a oh shit laugh?
Oh, I mean, can it be both?
Oh, it's one of those situations.
Because as it's funny as hell, and I don't know where you got that from. That kind of started everything.
Directly above her head, if it helps.
So wait,
Yeah,
he
we're
wasn't
gonna have.
upset over the panties?
I don't know about that. I assume she is probably mad. I know that someone stole her shit and went off. She went off the deep end. But
Yeah, so we're gonna have to have
So-
a proper sit down.
right, this is again circling back continuously to the I'm confused and there's a lot going on and there's a lot apparently to talk about. What do you mean over her head?
Literally, it was
We-
hanging above her throne in that little dance party that Bastille hired us to steal shit from her.
We raided her vault. We raided her room. We stole her sword. And we threw her pillows on the ground.
Bastille said all this shit happened like in the past, a long time ago.
Yes.
Yeah, time shenanigans.
You know that weird time thing I was talking about that I was very annoyed about? Yeah, that happened. And then someone made a wish, a very
No,
broad,
I don't know.
open-ended
I'm so
wish.
confused.
And then we ended up in past. And then we were stuck and we had to fight a hag. I don't like hags. And then Bastille had us go do a raid. So then we stole a vault and had to do dancing.
Can you stop just for 1 second? Hold on.
Who is this gnome? Okay. Who are you sending?
Not- I'm going to try to sending across back to Bastille.
Bastille, what the fuck?
Right?
Uncle Bastille, you got some splaining to do.
Just that.
Just that.
Pretty much just that.
Roll me a d20.
Nope.
It goes through. That's good.
Yeah, I need to check one thing.
Hey, does that mean the time barrier is gone? Because last time we tried to do that, we got shocked in the head.
Okay. Alright. We'll just use your roll. So, as you send out your what the fuck is happening, you hear back, My dear, you're going to have to be far more specific.
Don't have the words to be specific, Bastille. Why did they send me? Why me? I know why they sent me. I know you guys. Why? I don't know what's going on with everything else.
He would
I
have
think I'm
told
going
you.
insane. I'm sure he told them some stuff, whether they understood it all.
That's why I stopped myself.
Yeah.
So I figured that was the perspective.
Rose turns to Aerith, just, am I going insane? I think I'm going insane. Aurora's not here.
Oh, no.
I came back.
Okay.
I was gonna ask, do you have detect thoughts?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
How about I share the memories that I have and experienced with what the fuck is happening, and you
Okay.
use detect thoughts and see through them.
Can you do it back the other way too, so that I don't have to verbally explain all of this?
I don't know. Can I project my thoughts with detect?
Well, I
thoughts?
think they're asking if you can detect thoughts on them, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you have it too?
You
Yeah,
detect
I have
thoughts,
it
you
too.
Okay. That might make things a little bit more.
Are we
Well,
still
let
walking
me-
towards this celestial?
Yes, we're
Yep.
not
Okay.
gonna stop.
I was-
We are
So
we are
I'll
still
move you
on a
guys
time.
onto the Acheron City map. So the Memorial Park is here in the center of the city. You are heading towards the Grand Temple of Helm, which is this massive building in the northwestern. So you're kind of like along this road here while you're walking and talking.
supposed to be saying?
Sorry, I moved myself. I didn't move you guys onto the city map. There we go. So you're
Alright.
started in Memorial Park. Yeah, old Ken.
Old Ken.
Great. Old tokens.
But you are progressing through the city while you're walking and talking.
And it's
Yeah,
over here.
Every so often, Rose keeps like stopping and then just like having to jog to catch up when you guys keep moving.
And Snickersnack has been insistent, Ken, that while he will not force you, the threat has never left your side, and it is as close as it has ever been. He is quite upset. Okay, so are you casting the spell, or are you going to do it as a ritual? Because the ritual would take... You'd have to stop.
Or we can use our words and explain it.
I don't know. That might break her brain even more.
Okay, how about
if we
you
could just
explain
even
it
like sit
from your
down and have a conversation, it would be easier for me to talk than the talking and walking.
Well, we kind of have to get to this freaking wall for it to
We should be safe when we get to the wall. We can have Oni read it while you guys explain it.
Right. As you guys keep saying something about a wall that I don't know what we're talking about. I don't really care.
Let's
We
I
have
guess.
to build
deal
a
with
great
this.
wall. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't actually hear what you said.
Yeah,
What
I
did you
didn't
say?
catch any of it.
I did the Trump accent. Like, we have to build a great wall.
Yeah, I guess we'll wait then until we get there, and then while Oni is reading, we can.
Okay. So you guys progress across Acheron City, walking along the busy, well, not busy because the city isn't very populated, but well built up and strange architecture of Acheron City. These square buildings made of steel and glass that stretch dozens, hundreds of feet into the air sometimes. You walk by as people walk past in these very well-tailored outfits and these strange horseless carriages just rolling along these long patches of solid stone. You eventually approach this humongous temple, this massive, massive temple that's as big as the park that you were in, which is about a mile in diameter. So this thing is maybe 6,000 feet long. Humongous, and as you approach it, the stairs in the front are this like wide, rounded approach that goes up for about 70 feet. It's about 7 floors of stairs that you have to kind of go up in these increasing tiers before you get up to the platform on which the temple is built. Takashi, you've done these stairs many times, and they're nothing to you, but
Nicholas is struggling.
yeah, Nick would probably struggle. Come here, Nicholas. Let me. Do you want to give me your hand?
No, don't carry me.
Very well. Very well. Very well.
I
I didn't mean to insult you. I was just trying to. He kind of like stands up a little taller and heads up the stairs ahead of you. Any last interjections from Mia? I know you've been in Rose mode, but
No, she's just kind of following around,
okay.
I guess.
Clings onto Ken's arm, takes in the sights and scenes of Akron, a place you've been once before. Eventually you reach the top of this stairway, and it for the more arcanely reliant of you, it has winded you. Mia, you had to rely on your flight about 2 stories up, and Aerith probably saw that, whipped out the broom, and followed in your footsteps.
Stairs.
Yeah. Eventually you get to the top and head into the mostly abandoned temple. Though it is well taken care of, it is clean and kind of glistens with this almost unreal golden energy that just sparkles here and there around. As you walk in, Takashi, you see as the older man, Gavin, who you've been speaking to previously, approaches your rather large group, probably the largest group he's seen actually walk into the temple at once in a long time. Master Takashi, welcome back. Are these the friends you went to seek?
Yes. I would like to go back to the back room, if you don't mind.
Of course. Follow me, I'll show you the way. He leads the party through this humongous main chamber. The roof, probably 120 feet tall above you, with these massive domed arches and the iconography of warriors and soldiers of ages and nationalities from all over Toril, all over your home world. From warriors that haven't walked your world in generations, to mages, to eldritch knights, to monks. These statues of these various different combatants in their martial poses. As you walk past and down this massive central chamber, he leads you down a hallway to the right and into a rectory in the back. This kind of like, almost like a study. It has like a fireplace off to one side. Tomes, right? Tomes lining the wall on these massive, massive ornate bookcases filled with religious scripts. But one of the bookcases, as you walk in, you can see is ajar, as it was actually a hidden entrance. And as as Gavin leads you into the rectory, gives you a nod and sees the doorway in the back that you had shown him when you found it, nods. If there is anything you need from the temple, please let us know. Otherwise, treat this place with the respect it is deserved, as I know you will. He gives you like a nod, turns, and silently glides out. Stir kind of looks around. It's like walking into somebody else's house. And I'm not entirely sure I'm welcome here.
You'll be fine.
Mia, she could kind of feel the same, like, pressure, almost.
You sent Helm and Mister have an argument or something.
Not on speaking terms.
You lead them down the
Yep,
stairs, Takashi?
I lead them
All the way?
down the stairs. Yep.
Okay.
Come look at this wall I found.
I
It's a big wall.
I pull
love
out my
how
notebook.
memey it's gotten. All right. You head over to the bookcase and kind of pull it open a little further so you all can walk through like 2 by 2 and head down the stairway behind it. And the stairs kind of down and down and down. Let me see. How long did I tell you it went for? It just said
The wall
underground
or the
chamber.
stairs?
Yeah. Okay, cool. They go down for probably it's probably another 100 feet of going down this massive kind of spiraling stone stairway that leads down and down and down until finally you come
there's
to
so many
Levitate on my
stairs.
broom.
just drifting down so you don't have to use your legs. Yeah. Stir would have probably opted to stay. Well, no, I guess he'll come in case you guys have questions for him. Everyone will come along. The clanking of his boots, the soft footfalls of the 8 of you that are here now. Jesus, didn't intend that.
Yeah, attack us now when we have extra people.
You finally reach the chamber at the bottom, and as you do, you enter into this room that's about 50 feet wide and about like 20 feet tall. High ceiling, as far as like a normal room would go, but not as big as the chamber above. There are glowing arcane torches inlaid on the wall, like closest to where you guys came in from the stairway, and on the opposite side, about 50 feet away from you in this kind of squarish room, is this massive wall with these almost... They almost look like bubbles of circles that are just interspersed along the wall. And at the distance you can see the telltale scriptures of Celestial.
I start writing it down as quickly as
Okay.
I can.
You begin to write it down, and the beginning of it is interesting. It talks about the infinite battlefield and who Helm was. It's kind of like a religious recounting of the god of vigilance, god of protection, and it talks about his let's see, how do we want to... His purview, like his domain, being to observe the battles and wars of the mortal realm, to remain vigilant of them, and to reward those who fought nobly with, a noble afterlife. Can Aerith and Oni roll me religion checks?
No?
No?
I
Okay. You don't have to. It's fine.
I say, shouldn't Stir be able to understand that?
Sure, I can roll it. 92. He rolled a natural 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He looks at it,
God
and he's...
magic my ass.
This is...
Rude.
He kind of just like looks like this is strange. This is not... Starts more like internalizing his own confusion. For the two of you, as you're reading through the text, Oni and Aerith, actually both you rolled pretty similarly. The infinite battlefield is one of the places where the spirits go, where the dead move on to. And Oni, you know that the gods watch over the outer planes, these places where, like Mount Celestia, where dragons, when they die, go to rest. But as you're reading through here, it talks of the infinite battlefield. It talks of Acheron being a place, kind of like, it describes it like Valhalla, a place where warriors can go and battle in noble victory, and Helm could watch over the noble and the ignoble alike, judging them and then granting them their peace. But it talks about them as though they're the same. The infinite battlefield, Acheron, almost interchanging. However, in your experiences here on Acheron, these are people. These are living, breathing, eating, shitting people. They're not spirits moving about in afterlife. You get to a section, and the top part is its own kind of like retelling of Helm and all of this, what he is responsible for. And then at the bottom part, there is another section, and in the middle is where all the circles are, and there's just text kind of interspersed along that. And at the bottom, it talks of creation of a city. It talks of the bestowing of a task. It says that the noble warriors of the infinite battlefield rose and were granted a duty from their progenitor to watch over the realms, to guard them and protect them from aberration. And it talks about Helm granting the city the gateway. The middle part is really weird, though. It's not religious. It's odd phrases. The sun rises highest at night. The wolf howls when the chicken is near. Things like that just don't seem logical. So you guys are both...
The wolf is supposed to howl at night, and the chicken calls in the morning, or when the sun comes up.
Staring at it, like rubs his chin. This does not make any sense. The beginning is what I know, what he is. The end was his folly, and what changed. But this middle bit, it's...
Is it a cipher? A puzzle? A quiz? Riddle?
I didn't expect Nicholas to be here, but roll me an investigation check. And Oni and Aerith, why don't you do it as well?
I'm gonna use a charge of Ring of Puzzler's Wit.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, there
Hey,
you go.
those are good rolls. From Aerith. Not bad from you guys, 11s. You begin to look it over, Aerith, and like there are a few of the circles, like, God, I wish I had it drawn out, but they're not like concentric. They're all overlapping. They lock over each other. They seem to like just intersect at weird angles, and the text is written across all of it. And as you look at the first one that you saw, the sun rises highest at night, you kind of like look at the words, and in your mind, the celestial script flips, and you realize that the word that they used for night, upside down, means midday.
Am I able to like alter it on the wall, or?
You head over to the wall and you put your hand on the stone. Give me a perception check. As you guys watch Aerith kind of like tilt his head to the side and walk up and put his hands on the stone. It feels warm, but different than stone should feel. You can't really describe how it feels different. It just feels different. What are you going to try to do?
I guess. You said it was like a plate, like a circular plate.
Appears that way.
I'll like rotate it to see if it'll match what it's supposed to mean, or at least what I think it's supposed to mean.
Okay. You guys watch as Aerith presses in against it and starts to turn, and as he does, the circle breaks free. Dust starts to kind of spill out from the seams of it, and he, with some effort, spins the circle until you hear a locking sound. And it now reads, "The sun is highest at noon."
I'll look for like the other part that doesn't make sense, and I'll try and correct it.
Okay. Roll me an investigation check. Do you, as the rest of you see Aerith do this and then kind of start darting over and reading through the other phrases, is anyone doing anything?
Rose has no idea what's going on.
Don't worry. I don't either. And Mia gives you a thumbs up.
Excellent.
Oh my God.
Is there, how many circles are there that can spin?
I'm gonna
There
use
are a
another
total of
charge.
about 20 or so circles. Some of them interlock with others, some of them by themselves. As you see Aerith start going through, he looks at one. He finds the one about the chicken, and then realizes that by flipping that slate over, it doesn't necessarily flip that word, but it realigns the sentence. So now it says that the wolf howls at the moon.
Okay, so we're just playing match the words,
it to
but
make
in
sense.
celestial.
Yeah, we're making it mix.
You watch as Aerith finds two others, and as he gets to the fourth one, and they're like crouching down this small circle that interlocked at the top of the bottom, and where it said that there was a nonsensical light. I'm trying to make up nonsense in the moment. It's hard. It's like the rivers flow up. You realize that spinning that one makes him spin down. But as you're looking at it, it also kind of intersects the bottom, like where it was talking about Acheron City being, or the noble warriors rising up. And as you spin it around and finish it, it locks in, and around the corner these like golden lights sting, and start to like line down and outline it. And as they do, the script lights, and you realize that the phrase at the bottom has now been changed from rose up to cast out. Guys, stand up, and Stir kind of opens his eyes. That's what he did. I understand it. Oh. Well,
Share
wall
with class.
begins to tremble and shake. This is not Acheron. It is as I suspected. This is a demi-plane. This is not the place of spirits. Beyond that wall, as the light fills the celestial words, it spills out, is the true Acheron. Oni, you feel it as the light hits you, as someone who has dedicated his life to studying the celestial and the divine. The light shining off of these words is not arcane. It is not natural. It feels different. As the light hits your skin, it has an almost ephemeral nature to it, but it's also omnipresent. Divine is the only real word that you can use to describe it.
Man,
What?
Rose supposed to be telling us what happened while we were doing this?
I thought you were going to interject at any point, but you guys were just like, we're going down to the wall, we're figuring out the puzzle.
Right?
Okay.
Waiting for you guys to ask stuff, but
well, weren't you and Aerith gonna trade memories? I
yeah,
thought
but
we didn't need to ask.
Aerith was kind of
I
Dealing
got
with
preoccupied.
wall.
Oopsie.
Yeah. As Stir stares on, not in awe, but almost in concern, he looks at Takashi. What led you here? What?
I was supposed to do Nicholas's voice.
Yeah.
It's so difficult.
It's hard.
He's like, I want to do, especially because I like Nicholas's voice.
I know, I do too.
I was following a lead on the ex-leader of the BID who has links to the cult. He apparently, or someone matching his description was down here.
That's not good. If the cult is trying to breach this wall.
I mean, if it's the warriors of the... I would assume they'd just kick his ass.
I mean, that would absolutely be the hope, but as we see with the cult, they are pretty good at usurping things that should otherwise be undoable.
Wait, are we going in?
Going
The wall
where?
is...
What?
The light is now... The wall is now just a solid gold light, like a curtain, shimmering golden illumination. Stir.
In there. Does that seem like a good idea?
Oh, that's the only idea I got.
I mean, it's never stopped us before.
Do we want to talk about the rose and what happened with that before we go into the golden light?
Do we want to
Your
do
DM
that
kind of
now,
needs
or-
you to, or at least you're a little talking, because you don't have everything quite ready yet.
I mean, I guess we should get a better understanding of what happened with Rose, and then have Rose understand what happened with us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys seemed busy though. I didn't want to interrupt.
Well, now that the wall is open, we can.
As-
Yeah, before we go in there, potentially half-cocked, we should probably have to sit down now.
It would be a lot easier, honestly, to sit and talk, and
Who wants to go first?
I don't want to go in the wall at all.
Perhaps we could go back to
No,
the
enough of this
comfortable study and discuss things. Stir's eyes have not
Well-
left the wall.
I don't know if we should leave this wall open.
Then close it again.
I don't know how.
Close! Close sesame!
Sesame.
It says close sesame, and you all wait in anticipation for a moment. Just
I
when
really
you
thought that
feel
would
like
work.
it's not going to work,
The
the light starts to fade out. You hear the grinding of stone, and over the course of about a minute, the wall reasserts itself, and the circles are back to where they were. Though, Aerith, you remember the combination.
okay. I was about to say.
Okay.
Ta-da!
Good. I knew it would be dangerous to just leave a connection to a divine realm open like
Yeah.
that. I didn't think Helm would be that foolish, but
I can't believe
Good.
closed sesame worked.
Yeah. Yeah, great job.
it might. Yes, that was well done, Nicholas. Good thinking.
Right. Okay. So do we have a minute? Does this Takashi Rosal, like, for the first time, actually acknowledging his existence, like, look over at him? Does this need to happen right now?
No. The door? No. I don't think so. I was just following a lead.
Okay. So do we need to go and talk?
We need to talk, Rose.
Probably should talk.
Don't say it like that.
How should I have said it? We need to talk.
In a less, like, I don't know, pointed way that sounds awful and like I'm in trouble.
Fine, I'll say it like this. I put my hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, sweetie. We just need to talk.
I hate that more. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's go talk.
Right.
Mia leans over to Ken. I don't know if I've ever seen Aerith like this.
Yeah, they kind of go into Big Brother mode whenever Rose is always around, so
It's good. I like it.
yeah.
He's funny.
Yeah, I should
Do we
probably
want?
also go up to talk with them.
Okay. She kind of like clings onto your arm and just follows alongside you.
Rose will look at Ken as you guys walk up and kind of like raise one eyebrow. Eyes like from her to you.
We'll explain it as we talk.
Okay. You guys head up the long spiraling stone stairs into the comfortable rectory at the back of the temple. You find seats comfortable enough to sit in for 3 to 4 hours, which is hard, guys. Like, I as a DM know it's difficult to find a seat you could sit in for 4 hours.
All right. So let's restart. And then the questions. Turns out what happened is very, very open-ended. That's hard to explain. As is, like, where have you been? What have you been doing? Broad subjects. So
from last we saw you, give a chronological event of what occurred.
In order, notarized, cited.
Well, shit.
Well, I mean, last time I saw you, you shot the hell out of me. Which, thank you, by the way.
Glad to help.
Not helpful. Can't say it was helpful.
To be fair, you tried to kill someone.
I was not trying to kill him. Just, rough him up a little, teach him a lesson.
That's what I did to you, Fair is fair. Tip for tat. It was non-lethal. I did say that.
You can't non-lethally shoot someone with a bow and arrow.
Yeah, but it's water arrows. It's like a giant squirt gun.
Have you
Plus,
ever
you don't go
shot?
for vitals. It's not lethal.
Exactly.
Painful, but
Next time you shoot yourself with your own bow and arrow.
Okay.
Shut up.
Why don't we try the detect thoughts method?
Right.
Okay. So, Aerith, you're gonna detect roses?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Close my eyes and I will ritually cast Detect Thoughts into Rose's brain.
Okay. Can you roll me a d20?
Oh boy. Oh
Okay.
boy.
Give me 1 second.
Maybe I shouldn't use the dice in the menu. Maybe I should just type it.
That one only gives bad answers.
Hold on, I am generally curious. See if.
Okay, so you're immediately going to start diving deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you finish your ritual casting, kind of like
Just
set
let it
out
happen,
your
Rose. Just let it
your
happen.
notebook, you draw out the circle across both pages and kind of fill it in with the arcane ink, and as you finish it, you cast it out, and as your mind links with theirs, you feel another presence. And as you attempt to dig deep, it's like throwing an axe at a target and realizing that there are 2 targets, and you get the second target, and you get flashes of hunger, fury, of ice and storm, and then you hear, "It's gone!" and you are cast out.
I fall back.
Oh.
Because of just the
That's-
force of it.
Was that supposed to happen? That doesn't usually happen when I do that.
Mia, why do you have a second brain in your head? Or not brain? No, not Mia. I'm sorry. Rose. Why do you have a second brain in your head?
I don't.
Really? Then whose voice are you hearing? Other than mine.
Yes.
Ken will just slowly turn to Rose.
She's not in my head.
She.
Mia, I tried to go into your head. To
Rose.
Look into
Rose.
Rose. I
God,
tried
it's
to
gonna
go
take a while.
into I know it's gonna take a while. I tried to go into your head to look into your memories, and I got a different mind. Not yours, someone else's.
Oni will
The other
interject
tenant.
because Rose definitely didn't say there wasn't a second mind, just that it wasn't in their head.
Who's the other tenant?
Okay. Start with that. Works since she won't shut the hell up. Stop talking.
Roll me a persuasion check.
This is hard enough.
It's a
Oh,
26.
bad. Yes, that's fair. I can no longer roll less than a 10. Again. Uh-huh. Okay. Helpful.
Mm-hmm.
They'll like slowly raise both hands and then turn and take the bandage off of, or like slowly unwind the bandage off of their left arm.
Right arm.
Right arm.
Right arm.
All
I
right.
don't know rights and lefts.
I know. So as Rose puts up both their hands and starts to unravel the bandage, it peels away, and as it does, you see pieces of what look like stone or wood. Like they have like striations embedded in their arm. Healed over at certain points and not like sticking out, inches out of their arm, but kind of just almost like you know how like knee pads, when they fit over you, they only cover like certain parts. There's like pieces of it here and there. You can see their skin beneath it. You can see the puckered up bits healed up around it. And Ken and Aerith, as you both look upon this, as they unravel it and you see it firsthand, you see as the eye of the white worm mask flicks to you and narrows right out from their arm.
Oh shit!
It was a
Ken, you
mistake.
hear in your voice,
Hurting me.
destroy it. You must cut it free. We must cast it asunder. This corruption, this is it. Dragon, destroy it, brother. Destroy it.
And that's what Snickersnack was screaming about earlier. Fan-fucking-tastic.
It was a mistake. I didn't mean to.
What
I didn't
did
do
you
this
do?
on purpose.
Well, hold up. Let me breathe. Breathe, Ken. Promise.
Roll me a
Promised.
wisdom saving throw, Ken. Okay.
Oh no.
It's hard. You keep having to try to like block out Snickersnack, and it almost feels like he's trying to grab your hand to unsheath himself from your back. So you're like having to calm your breathing and go into your mantras. And right as you feel like that peak of anxiety, you feel Mia's hand squeeze yours. It's okay, Ken. It's okay. Take a deep breath. She recenters you.
What happens if we poke it?
Oh, I wouldn't. I mean, you're free to try.
Okay.
Can it talk to anyone else, or is it just talking to you?
Just me, as far as I know.
Okay.
No one's ever said anything else.
Hello, weird eye thing. Can you speak?
Aerith
I was
just
like, that
has
doesn't
the
know.
look of disappointment.
So what exactly happened to make this occur?
Yes, that was the question I was just about to ask.
As I poke it in the eye.
Oh.
Roll me a dexterity save.
Oh my god.
No,
Nicholas, why?
no.
He just dies right off the bat.
That'd be kind of funny.
That was really, really good roll. Okay. As you touch it, you know how like in Lord of the Rings, the flash of the eye when they touch the ring?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what happens to you. You see as Nick touches it, and this flash of white-blue energy erupts out of Rose's arm. You take 19 points of cold damage
Yes.
and are blasted back 5 feet.
Ah, shit.
Well, that was very
You
good.
keep them away, or I will destroy them.
Hey, Rose, please explain
This
very quickly what happened.
I don't think it's very
put
friendly.
her in my pocket. No, it's not friendly.
You see
Okay.
Rose rebandage the arm really quickly and shove it back in their pocket.
It's been a long time. I still had it when I left. Almost. It's been like 2.5 years from when I.
It's giving you information. The first number was since the incident.
Okay. I had it for a long time with me. And after a couple years, decided I should do something about it, you know? Get rid of it or destroy it. Like Ascalon did. It didn't go well.
Describe not didn't go well. What happened exactly?
Well, Kaz and I talked. Thorn talked too. He wasn't much help. We talked about it. We tried to decide if there was something we could do to sunder it, to break it in a way that mattered.
Dispel magic? Remove curse.
Yeah, those didn't work.
Did you try it at a higher level?
No. I don't. No, I tried to blow it up, alright?
What about cut off the arm and regrow it?
That's my arm we're talking about. That
Hmm.
seems...
You have a good cleric. We'll come right back.
It's a good idea, brother. Destroy it. Sever it. Take it from them.
Okay.
It must be destroyed.
Snickersnack, please. I understand. Just give me a sec to think. We will figure
Right,
this
see? That's how I feel.
Does telepathic bond let us share like images and thoughts?
Sure.
Would that be a way to, so I could do that instead of the emotion? How would that work though, or would they still try and block it out and yell at us?
I don't know.
I'll ritually cast the telepathic bond, see if that works.
Nick takes out his book and begins casting out his ritual, setting out the various ingredients that he uses to create this telepathic weave. Can you roll me a d20?
Yes, I can. I want to roll 3d20.
Yeah, I was gonna say you never did your portents today, so this is a good thing.
Nice.
I mean, that's fine.
10? Okay.
Some good low rolls.
Yeah, if it gets annoying, I can be like, shut up. Give it a 2.
Give it a 2.
Okay. Are you trying to pull the mask and Snickersnack in, or are you just trying?
No. Just Rose.
Just Rose. Okay. So as you reach out with the spell, you gather in the Wanderers of Starlight, Mia, yourself, Stir, and Rose. You feel that second presence there within their mind, like a circling snake, just waiting for its moment to strike. But you pluck Rose's consciousness into the telepathic bond, and you are all linked together, sans mask.
All right, now we can talk.
She can't hear.
All right, tell us.
I can always hear you.
Ugh.
But only you can hear that.
So, care to explain the situation?
Do you want me to describe what happened as you remember it?
Sure.
So as Rose begins to try to describe it through the telepathic bond, you find yourself kind of drifting into more of a memory that they're guiding you through of a familiar town at first, Sarnau. Within the home of Bastille, place that you guys have been, and that Rose has been using as a kind of base in recent days. They discuss, not intense conversation, but it is an intense conversation, what to do with the mask. Rose, Tasmakella, and Thorn. The memory is it's almost beautiful. 3 of them talking as equals, offering ideas. And Rose wasn't wrong. Thorn was no help. He wanted to just bury it, but both Taz and Thorn, or Taz and Rose, knew that that would not be sufficient. You did try using a higher level dispel magic, remove curse. It was kind of a catch-all of both that Taz was guiding you through. But it had to be you that did it. And as you pulled in those deep wells of magic that you had just recently started to be able to access, you pushed into the mask and felt its power pushing back against you. And you all watch as Rose casts out an 8th level spell into the mask, this massive torrent of energy, and as it crackles through it, their right arm exposed as the focus of the spell cast, the mask cracks, and like Like an object being sucked up a stream of water, it breaks into 100 pieces and slams itself into their arm. Their right arm arcs back in pain as blood goes shooting everywhere, and Rose falls unconscious. The next part of the memory is them waking up with bandages around their arm, and Taz and Thorn both sitting at their bedside with looks of worry and an angry, cold voice. You dare bind me to mortal flesh? That's when Rose kind of ends the memory, because it just gets worse from there.
Yeah. Does it have a name, or is it just a grumpy dragon thing?
Yes. She yells at me every time I try to say it because it's complicated. It's Colin. Just kind of like waits for a minute to get reprimanded.
There's a growl of expectation.
The first winter.
For a moment of pure satisfaction.
I forgot. Colander?
Here, I'll spell
It's
it.
like- Just like that
Chandelier.
bonus doc episode when Granddad was trying to call a pimp named Slipback.
Yeah, you gotta. It's like
say
a
the whole
Tribe
thing.
Called Quest. Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta say the whole thing. A pimp named Slickback.
Colin Dex.
Colin.
Call it
Oh.
Chandelier.
Just
Too hard to remember.
All right. Ken is digesting the information after seeing it. And one question immediately pops to mind. Do you want her gone?
that's the thing. I do. God, I desperately do. She's so annoying. But even if you were to cut it off, cut my arm off, what do we do then? It doesn't get rid of it. Does it loose her upon the world? Does it free her? I don't know.
Can she hear what we say?
Oh, if you
Uh,
remember, my justice absorbs the innate energies and quite possibly the souls of chromatics, so
It took Ascalon to be able to destroy the other ones, Ken.
yeah,
He's kind of got
Yeah,
Ascalon under
about
control.
that. I can, yeah. I've been practicing a lot.
We can actually go into it without outright dying now.
So was this early when you got in the Feywild, or late in when you got in the Feywild?
It was. I gave it a couple years. We discussed, tried to figure out what to do with it, ignored it for a little while.
How long were you in the Feywild?
Like, kind of looks up and starts counting on their fingers. Is it, 7 years?
7's a lucky number.
Oh. And Ken, like, audibly says, oh.
I waited to hear from you.
We tried.
Hard to do when time was messed up.
Some sort of temporal barrier was covering the Feywild, and every time someone tried to send ascending, it ricocheted and caused psychic damage to the caster. Pratanther tried it, Aerith tried it, Nick tried it, Emmeline tried it. No dice.
The only thing we managed was to freeze Thorn's sword and annoy him.
You did that?
But Nicholas.
He wouldn't shut up about that for a long time.
While you were gone, I had these weird dreams as well. I don't know if it was just some weird twist of fate or you sending out somehow sending out a subconscious message to me, but I had dreams of your time in the Feywild, and I guess you thought I was a figment of your imagination.
I dreamt about you a lot. I did try to dream you a lot too. I didn't think they ever worked. But I couldn't tell you which one of them might have been real or not. I made peace with it a long time ago. I've had a lot of time to think. But it does make me feel better knowing that you did try. Didn't just
No, we did.
ignore me.
No. No, absolutely not. Rose, you're family to me. Regardless of what happened that night, that never changes. I will do everything I can to protect you and look out for you. And hey, once this is all over, I'm gonna need a best person for my wedding.
Sorry, say that again.
Ken will gently grab Mia's hand and show them the ring.
She
Oh.
raises it, smiles.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah. It was a little unorthodox way of meeting and getting to know each other, but yeah.
You know, I didn't actually think you were interested in people for a while. Which is fine.
Things happen in ways you never expect.
Sometimes it takes a potion.
A potion?
Yeah.
What
guess-
potion?
Yeah, I guess Ken will kind of do what Rose did and kind of stimulate what happened when he met Mia, everything
Okay.
that happened. Minus, the alone time.
A flash of memories.
That's
not
not safe for work.
minus the Fate's Black. Yeah, a flash of memories, a sequence of events of meeting this strange young woman in Erebor, having just finished up the Council of Starfall, traversing to a city of goblins,
Weird.
heading to a mountain pass, finding a cultist who was working as a spy. And all the while, this just innocuous young woman who didn't know who she was fighting alongside them. And from Ken's perspective, he had noticed her, but the mission, focus, exactly. That's the kind of the emotion during these times is focus, until deep within the bowels of the planet itself, at the edges of the Underdark, where memories were being shown of them battling against psionic aberrations alongside a mind flayer. Maggie, you see a scene where Mia explodes in wild magic. Flames lick out across the party and it knocks her to the ground. It was the fireball that knocked her out, that one, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good. All right, cool. I am remembering correctly. And as she does, you see as Ken reaches into his bag of holding and draws a potion. But it's not just a potion. There's a kind of like a narrative stitch of Mia's memories. You hear, hold on. And then her in a small shop in Lintier purchasing random knickknacks, just stuff, and one of them a filter of love. And then another memory of her swapping it out with one of Ken's potions. And then we come back. Okay. We resume with Ken's retelling of him pouring the potion into her mouth, seeing the magic take effect but no healing enacted. He reaches in and grabs another. I think you actually used your cure wounds after that one because you weren't trusting the potions. Yeah. He watches, he activates the small device, the arcane device on his gauntlet that enables him to heal. And healing magic is passed into Mia and she awakens, and as her eyes lock with his, you see that first hint of love, of affection. And she leans in to kiss him. And Ken is very confused. And there's a lot of discussion and confusion over the next hour. And then the potion wears off, which prompts more.
It wore off right as she leaned in for the first time.
Gotcha. Okay, that was how it was, yeah.
After the kiss.
After
Yeah.
the kiss, yeah. The potion wears off, and that look between them, that first spark of non-magical affection. And then a kind of soft outro of them getting to know each other, traveling to the Feywild, having fancy clothes made. Roll me a perception check, Rose.
Perception?
You watch as they traverse Sarnau. You see them go to the carnival there, one that you were very familiar with. You see Bastile's face, and for a moment, you don't recognize him. He looked so much better back then.
Rude.
You watch as they leave Sarnau and head into a swamp, one that you've also traversed. You watch as they fight the grandmother, growing closer in every battle, every conflict, every trust between the two of them proven worthy by their actions. They grow closer and closer. But you also watch as they fuck up the Feywild. Head to Astrazalian. You watch as Ken and Mia walk through the front doors of a castle that you have been trying to figure out for a very long time now. And you watch as they dance and are named the children of the gods. You see, leaving that place. It's quick. I think part of Ken is trying to hide the truth of what happened. And so it's not the full outro from the Feywild. It's this regathering in Sarnau, spending the couple days just goofing around. Oh no, we gotta go. Bye. There's. Roll me an insight check. And roll me deception, but roll it to DM. I don't even know if you can beat that.
Yeah, unless I get a net 20.
They would definitely push and prod at that if there was something there.
Oh,
If
nope.
he wasn't saying.
Yeah. You can tell that there's something, and as he begins to try to like skate by it, you call out to that memory, and in your psychic bond, like observers in a movie theater, you reach over to Ken, like, hey, hold on, rewind. He has to go back. You watch as Sarnau is sieged. Because I feel like Ken isn't going to hide the truth a second time when Rose has already seen through, right?
Yeah, nah. He's like, as soon as they say, "Oh, wait a minute, go back," and it's like, "Fuck."
You
Show
see
me.
a small child, brown hair and brown eyes. You see your mother. You see as the party is handed you and Thorn, and a golden doorway emerges from nothing as Bastille begins the war that you're still fighting. The rest of the adventure kind of happens in this blur, the memories passing by, but you find yourself focusing on that moment as they enter into the Dale of Earth. Well, actually, get to the other side of the mountain, enter into the Dale of Earth, find their way to Terrastiel, enter the Primal of Eden, fight Severin, or some simulacrum of him that has formed into this massive stone dragon. Meeting Stir, and learning who Mia is. And as Ken recounts this in almost like, it's not in like a clinical way, you can feel every bit of that worry. And as the memory comes to a close, and you hear them talking about plane shifting and how to get home, Mia and Stir sticking around and trying to give them some time, you feel that kind of that sadness at having to, again, it's not goodbye. It's just see you later. But being mentally linked with each other, it's hard to ignore that underlying emotion of the memory. As Ken brings you up to speed. You see his engagement. You don't see the aftermath. You watch as they have their painting taken. It's all the pretty parts are in vivid detail. The darker parts are, he tries to obscure it.
So, a goddess.
Kinda, I guess. Sorta.
Right. So that's what it takes to get your attention, huh?
Like I said, things just happen.
Yeah. They do.
But I digress.
Right.
My question still stands. Do you want that thing to be gone?
I don't know. Obviously, I'm not a fan of her. But what's the saying? The best keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I'm pretty sure it's not meant to have them be this freaking close.
Hey,
I mean,
what's closer than that, huh?
If the mask is fucked up and the spirit's in your arm, is it still linked to the others? Can it still interact with Severin at all?
I don't know.
Hasn't, to your knowledge.
Yeah. Don't think
solely
so.
interacted with you.
Haven't heard him. He hasn't said anything, told her to do anything, I guess.
What does the Klondike bar want? I don't. I can't. I don't remember the names. I'm just gonna call it Chandelier or Klondike. Do they say what they want? Or are they just?
I mean,
Yelling?
besides wanting to destroy everyone, everything, kill people, the usual.
Does it want anything from you specifically? Or it's just a really loud, annoying voice that's screaming?
Yeah, to do what she wants me to do for her, to give her the means to do, to leave, go back to whoever she's owned by. She doesn't want to stick around. That's the thing. And that's why, if she doesn't want that, do I keep it? Keep her? If she wants to leave, shouldn't I not?
Were you stuck in the Feywild then? Like, could you not get out, or you just chose to stay there?
If you ever need to ask about like what you talked about while you were there, you just tell me, and I can tell you what like Bastille or anyone there would have said. You just got to tell me whatever you think Rose would say, and I can fill you in on any gaps that you might have.
Yeah, I think as far as he explained to them, they were pretty much stuck, right? Because if they
Pretty
left,
much.
it would kind of unravel everything. Or if
Roll me an intelligence check, actually, really quick. As you try to recount what he said.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It was something about what he was drawing the power from. It's a paradox that he was drawing it from. And that you remember, it was a while ago, maybe a year, he said something changed and that he wouldn't be able to start it again. So if it ever, well, no, actually, hold on. It would have been about 4 months ago. That was it. That the paradox had been resolved. His batteries were dry, and that was the last time round. That's what he told you.
Mm.
So Bastille was using the paradox to keep resetting time, or keep going back?
Yeah.
To keep trying to fight?
It's
To keep
folding
us
it back
in
on
the
itself.
loop.
Yeah. Is what he was referring to it as, like folding it onto itself.
Okay, so he wasn't fighting, he was more just stalling for time then.
Well,
Yes? No?
we've been trying to figure out a way to win. To beat her.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
You can't. By the way, this is Nicholas talking. This is not nobody. I know the voice is probably screwing it up. So you came to the Wanderers to come back and help you fight Titania?
I came to ask for help because we're so close.
In fighting Titania, correct?
In winning, in beating her, but like you said, this is the last time round. We can't do it again. We can't fuck up. We fuck up this time, and we're dead. For real.
I thought you couldn't kill Faye.
That's why it's complicated. Or at least part of it. You can't kill them, but you can take their place. At least the archfays.
So your plan is to have someone take Titania's place?
Oh, I want her place.
Yeah. Only didn't react. Character's like, ooh, no. we don't that position. Good lord, no. I thought they were about to hit us with the we're gonna put Bastille in.
Yeah.
Bastille's his own archfey.
So
He
you
told me he can't have both.
want to take the place of Titania while you have a crazy dragon in your arm. Yelling at you.
You know, she's a problem to figure out after we win everything.
Whoa. Every
No.
step of this journey so far, this is on the anchor, has been let's figure this out after. No. You got an evil dragon spirit in your arm. We need to figure that out ahead of time.
What?
Why don't
Lord.
if you want to be the archfey, why don't we let Ken try sucking the soul out of your arm with the sword real quick? That way, at least you don't have a weird, spooky, evil, ancient dragon lingering at all times.
To be
Can
honest,
even
I'm not sure what it would do to me.
What do you mean?
Probably give you a clearer head.
I mean, I think she means like, are their bodies are literally connected. So does that mean their souls are connected? Can he even
Right.
separate them? The sword.
Well, if
What's
that's
the
a worry,
process
then
look
you
like?
definitely need to put aside the thought of becoming an archfey, for sure.
Yeah, because to absorb the soul, you have to kill the dragon, right?
That's how it usually works for justice, right?
So I'm assuming it's kind of like I'm not 100%. I'm just theory crafting. I'm assuming the
see-
dragon is like a parasite, so we'd have to kill the host. Which
Yeah,
I'm
see, the
assuming we don't wanna-
100% not sure part is the part I'm afraid about, because I rather like my soul and keeping it where it is.
What
And-
if Thorn became the Archfey instead? That way we don't have to worry about Archfey evil dragon shenanigans.
I'm back.
Guess. Oh no.
Oh, gosh.
Oh no.
What?
Heard what?
Like everyone just got
Right?
cycled out. What the hell?
It's Final Fantasy 14 all
Earth
over
is still
again.
gone.
Everybody's DDoSing. Okay.
All right, he's back.
This Discord just did something weird. It was like, hey,
Yeah.
for some reason you just left Discord.
Yeah,
it did the same for all of us.
Yeah, that's pretty weird. But let's see. So in answer to Nicholas, he's a little busy. I don't.
With
There have been talks of him taking over, the other one. So he can't become Titania.
Okay, so hear me out, as you've seen the past now. What about your dad?
Or your mom.
About them taking over as Titania? I don't.
Yeah, because
I
again,
don't.
cannot stress enough. Will not advocate for you stepping into that role while you have a dragon spirit of evil in your arm.
Yeah. So I understand the issues of it. We've talked about it a lot. It's just things are very time sensitive. There isn't really a point, not a point, but there isn't a lot of time to figure out that part before the other part needs to happen. Like I said,
we
this
put a random person in Titania's spot. Like you. You've been
that
promoted.
sounds terrible. This is a terrible idea.
I
Okay.
don't see how that's any worse than dragon arm evil thing becoming.
Yeah, because
to
I'm
Titania.
definitely on board with stopping her, because from what we learned of Titania when we went back there, and what we saw right before we got ejected from the timeline, she's awful
crazy.
and we hate her. Yeah,
She needs to be
she-
stopped.
Yeah, fully on board with ending that. But we definitely need, while we're doing that, we gotta have Bastille and his people trying to find a good replacement, at least.
There isn't a good replacement, Oni. No one else is strong enough for this.
Oh, I mean, again, neutral party here. I refuse to allow you to take on that sort of power when you have that in your arm. I've seen both sides of these scenarios. I've seen how this shakes out for better and for worse, and the risk is way too high for you to have something like that involved with that kind of power.
Don't have a lot of options.
I know, and unless we get that out your arm, you're not an option. This is me putting my foot down. I've seen a lot of fast and loose with the Wanderers of Starlight, and I'm fully on board with doing the things that we need to do, but this is not one that I can allow to happen.
I second that.
Rose is trying very, very hard to bite back what they're trying to say.
I think you hear a familiar voice
Yeah.
in your head.
That was exactly the same.
Spells.
We gotta help you get that out. If we could do that, there's no more qualms from me. But with that sort of problem involved, we definitely gotta address that.
Yeah. You said
This was along the same line, stopping, because he has gotten better with Escalon, but we kind of had to stop him from using it a little fast and loose too. We heard that he blew himself up before me and Nick joined the party.
Yeah, I would really rather you not use that if it means anything coming from me.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, we had to stop him from doing that, and he's gotten a little bit better with it. That's what I'm getting at. We gotta find a solution to your arm thing.
Maybe we magic jar the dragon soul. So
doesn't that trap souls?
Yes. Yes. So the plan is to extract the dragon soul from you.
That's step one. How? Because I'm not, again, I quite like my soul, and I'd like it to stay where it is.
No, not your soul, the dragon soul. Magic jar the dragon soul.
Circles back to the I don't know if we can do that part.
That's why we gotta try. We can't just say we can't do this and worry about that. If he sucks the soul out and your soul comes with him, alright, cool, then we put your soul back and we find step 2.
Is there any way to see if their souls are connected in any way?
What about Mia's special side?
Yes, that's a great question.
I mean, they kind of looks over. Just sort of look twinkly. Like Snowfall?
Thank you.
So
you're welcome.
Intertwined.
Mia, do you have some tweezers that maybe you can pluck dragon soul bits out of
Well, I mean,
their friend?
So is it like one outline, or is there 2 outlines? Like, does her arm have a different color than the rest of her body?
She kind of like, she puts one hand up and casts like an illusion of just a minor illusion, a color floating in the air. And then she takes a piece of paper and she pokes a bunch of holes into it, and she puts it up in front of the light. Like that. Like one, but one but more. Yeah. And she smiles
So,
like it's the
looks
most logical thing
like
she's ever said.
multiple.
Thank
So,
you.
like there's multiple things in one body.
More like it's sunny out while it's snowing.
Cool.
I need your guys' help with this, and we don't have the time to go on some goose chase. The longer I'm here, the longer we wait, everyone I know could die.
Back in time again.
I am, like I said, I'm fully on board with going and stopping her. I just do not agree with the idea that you step into her place afterwards, at
Yeah.
least until we get that out of you. But I'm absolutely on board to go as soon as possible to put an end to her reign of tyranny. Because again, we saw how awful she was. Even indirectly when we got there, the way that she segregated and kept certain people out of things was too far for me. And that she's been waging a war this entire time because we took a sword in her panties says enough to know we need her gone.
And it's gotten so much worse than you ever knew. I understand it's dangerous, it's stupid, I don't...
But no, like we're definitely on board. I've only been here a short amount of time, but we've done plenty of dangerous stupid. I'm fine with helping, you know. I'm definitely on board with going in. Like, ego deathing her and then getting her off of that throne.
To dethrone her and take over is the same thing. There isn't time to
Why
decide.
you specifically want her throne? Why couldn't it be anyone else? I know you said Thorn was busy, but what's he busy with?
He's busy with his own side. Bastille is tired. He especially this
Aerith,
whole thing.
you want to be the new Titania?
Good.
It's extremely tempting, and I'm pretty sure I am the only other choice in this room. But I don't know.
Oni, you want to be the new Titania? I already know the answer with that. As odd as this might sound, I do think Aerith would be the better option for Titania.
I
No.
am loath to disagree, but Aerith is of the material plane.
Yeah,
The only one.
A citizen of the Feywild. I am
I mean,
Fey,
you-
but
Hey,
You are descendant, as is Oni, but
so it has to be someone from the Feywild.
the Fae is itself. Cannot be ruled by outside forces.
Okay.
Not the gods or man.
wait,
I mean,
wasn't
we're
that
already usurping one god. Well, fuck it. Well, who says we can't just refuse to let somebody take Titania's
What
place?
about that elf with Robert?
I'm not giving
Yeah.
the most important seat of power in the Feywild to a random person. You do understand this.
I still love the idea that Abyssia is a genius spy who pretends to be stupid.
The longest con
And-
imaginable.
Longest con. The man went and saw the
He
the
knew
fortune teller.
somebody. He
Yeah,
knew
and she
somebody.
was like, "This is going to sound crazy, but here's what you do."
He's like, here's how you become the new Titania. It's the long con. Here's exactly how you do it.
Because when you guys talked about when you said Aerith, I was like, not Aerith, but you do know one other Fey citizen that could potentially.
All right, call Robert. We need his friends. We need Abyssia.
Well, I mean, regardless of who we put in, it sounds like we have to get their suit. So, what if this wall is sorted for now? If we know we can lock it and unlock it, can we set somebody to keep guard of this to make sure nobody's messing with it while we go deal with this?
Trustworthy people.
I can ask the priest to watch over it and just not let anyone into the book area.
Because it does sound like we got to get to the Feywild.
Yeah.
So, if at all possible, station somebody here to watch it. That way, you at least
mean,
know if somebody comes down here to fool around. Hopefully, the fact that only a couple of us even could read Celestial makes it harder for somebody to get down here and actually do anything. But
Yeah, I mean, I can
better
ask
safe
the
than sorry.
priest, but as for actual guards, there's not many fighters after the BID was destroyed. Mostly just normal average
It's
Joes.
like a police force, yeah.
While you guys discuss, can we go talk,
No problem.
please?
As you get up and walk away, you feel Mia's hand kind of just tighten around yours. I'll be waiting.
I'll be right back.
She smiles.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you guys step out into the hall, but it sounded like you were taking the scene from me, so I.
No, I was just breathing.
Okay.
Right, we both just like long exhale.
You both walk out into the hall and kind of like look at each other. There's almost like a shared chuckle as that
The
moment.
more things change, the more they stay the same.
Right. I am biting my tongue so hard, Ken. I need all of your help to finish this.
And you'll have it. I told you. Your family. You need help.
Right.
I'm right there with you.
Whether he allows me to take this position is not. That's not a question. It's not. I understand there are risks. I really do. I understand there's so much going on right now that we don't know. And believe me, Taz and I have talked. This is something that I am owed.
Okay. Let's get this area secured. I gotta say goodbye to Mia and Stir and Nicholas, and then we'll head back home. Formulate a plan. We just want you to understand the severity of the situation.
I know.
We don't know what this thing could be planning with you wanting to be the new Titania, as it were. She might try to wear you down and overtake you or whatever. We want you to understand, and if you do, we'll help you whatever we can. That's why I asked you earlier. Snicker snack.
If I want her gone.
Snicker snack, please.
The answer to that is I'm not sure, Ken. I do, but there's still that power that it gives, that the masks have always given.
We've been over this a long time ago. Sometimes the power is not worth. It's not worth it sometimes.
Isn't it to free an entire world of people from their own tyranny?
You can't fight tyranny with potentially more tyranny. I'm not saying you're gonna be like Titania, but again, we don't know what this thing is capable of. And I know that you also know that, but I'm sorry. We've
Um,
had this talk plenty of times. I'm sorry. I trust you, okay? And if something goes wrong, I will give it I'll give it my all to protect you and make sure we all go home safe.
and I trust you. You're the only one I've trusted in a long time. Besides, new family.
Yeah.
They'll step forward and just hug him again. Just rest like their head on his shoulder.
I'm pretty sure Ken's a bit too tall for that.
They can get close enough. I can make myself taller. It's fine. But they just stop for a minute, just breathing. I'm just so tired.
Well, let's go win a war then. Get you that much deserved and proper rest. And then we gotta go fight another war back home.
I was about to say. And then we go and finish all of this. I will, even if I do take over, I want you to know I'm back. I'm going to help you finish this. I'm not just going to take her place and stay there.
Okay.
This fight
Stick a
is
snack.
important to me.
I got a proposition for you, buddy.
Yes, brother.
Let's be on observation duty. Let's give Rose some trust, okay? I'm sure you've read my mind. You understand how much Rose means to us, to me. Let's have faith in them. And if something should go wrong, we can try our best to protect her. Or protect them.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage.
No.
Flash of Genius?
Okay, 14, okay. We must be cautious of them. The white dragon is the most feral and beast-like. It will strike at us when we show our neck. If we show weakness for but a moment, it could destroy everything. I trust you, brother, but this is a great, great risk that we take.
Trust me, Snack, I know. I've killed 2 white dragons before. I know their habits. And I trust Rose. Rose probably has the most willpower out of us all. Well, probably more, stubborn, probably the better phrase, but yeah, you get what I mean. I trust them to contain it, and if they can't, we'll be there to help them.
So we
That's-
shall.
That's what we do. We help people.
There's a momentary pause by destroying our enemies and seeing them no longer able to harm the innocent.
A brutal way of putting it, but if push comes to shove, yes. But Rose is part of that group of innocents. Remember that.
There's almost like an assessing feeling, like being looked over. I will.
Thank you.
What does he talk to you about?
He really likes the idea of murdering every chromatic dragon.
Yeah, he does.
Like, killing chromatics is his jam. So, he is very concerned about
Right.
this thing, and I asked him to just have faith, as I do, and if something should happen, again, we're gonna try to protect you as best we can. Because that's what we do. We protect people.
Right.
So, let's get this door secured. We'll, and Ken will, look down and say our goodbyes, temporary goodbyes. And we'll head home and strategize. I
Okay.
also have to talk to Brad about reinstating your badge because I may have deactivated your badge in a fit of frustration, and I apologize for that.
You deactivated me.
I'm sorry. I was mad that day. I apologize. I will fix it.
Wow.
And then,
Chad,
yes.
I heard Brad.
Brad. Poor Chad, dude.
Oh man, Chad's had a
He's
day.
turned into a Brad now.
As you guys are having the conversation in the hall, Stir kind of leans forward. If you all are heading to the Feywild, what would you have the three of us do? Do you
No.
have means of... Well, you're still in the hall, Ken.
Oh. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Aerith and Takashi and Oni in here. Although Oni's kind of just posted up on a wall right now.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you guys can probably just head on. You have your own thing. I mean, if it'd be a help if you send us, if you can, before you leave, toss us to the Feywild, maybe expedite the process. But otherwise, I know time is of the essence for you guys, for us, and for Rose. So, kind of got time constraints every which way right now. So.
Mia nods. Okay, will we be able to leave if we bring you there? Because we weren't able to just leave last time.
That's a great question.
Who knows?
Stir leans forward and looks at
I
Nick.
guess it was the last time.
Perhaps it is best if we press on to McKenna's. Your ally Rose, I believe, is well versed in planar travel.
Very well. I mean, it depends how many spell slots they used to get here. We'll have to ask.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Rose had plane shift last time.
Yeah, they were your boat.
Okay. But we can ask if they're good
Eodos
to
was the
go.
boat.
Eodos was the car. He got you
Oh, yeah.
around the
Yeah, he
local,
teleported
the
us,
city.
yeah.
Yeah. Rose got you through the walls of reality.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Mhm.
Okay, when they come back, we can ask them if they're good to go. We could just leave and yeah. And then I guess nobody wants people here for the wall. He's like, fuck, I got another adventure.
I didn't know. Like I didn't know which. I just cast 2 lines into the ocean and went, all right, who's biting first?
Well, I would say Rosa seems more time consumed, or what's the word? More on a time constraint.
Time constrictive, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the former head of the BID going, being seen recently and then no longer seen anymore. And, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I'm sure everything here is fine. You guys will press on, and we'll get to it. When we get to it, right? What's it gonna take? A week?
He's better
Two?
off than he was. He first
Yeah.
came here. He was like, "Damn, I cannot read this."
Yeah. Now it's like, oh, heaven. I see. All right. As you wrap up your conversation in the hall, you turn back. Anything else you wanted to say before heading back into the room? Okay.
Nope.
Guys, walk back in, rejoin the group.
Slightly more composed.
A little bit more composed, yeah.
Alright, gang. Let's secure this door. I think the idea of just having the priest keep an eye on it, make sure no one else comes down here. I think that's probably the best option we're gonna have right now.
Do we want to take it a step further? And
I could place a bunch of words.
I was going to suggest an arcane lock on the door leading into the rectory itself.
Yes, do that. let's stop everybody that could potentially trip into it.
Do we want a fireball ward?
No.
I don't. Is there anything that we could ward it with that isn't destructive to the building around it? I don't want to harm.
Time stasis.
Yes.
It only
Time
lasts for
stasis
like a
rig.
little bit though.
Well, no, time stasis rigged with like an alarm, so they get frozen and then an alarm goes off.
Just put magic
It'll be
mouth.
like-
It's just like, get out of here, leave.
Get out of here! What are you doing?
Could you set
And,
time stasis into like a glyph of warding kind of a thing?
Yeah.
It's a 5th level spell, right?
Might be 6th level.
Time stasis, I think, is
That's
higher.
6th.
All right, hold on. Let's see.
Because that's my custom spell.
You're thinking about
Yeah, it's
the
just
top.
3rd level or lower.
What's the spell called? Is it like words and something else?
You can, if you cast warding, glyph of warding at a higher level, you can store any spell up to the same level as the slot you use for glyph of warding.
Guards and wards.
Oh, yeah, so you could do a 6th level spell. You just have to cast Glyph of Warding at 6th or
At
higher.
6th level.
I could also do guards and wards. Just make it more confusing. Just keep directing everyone out. So we could do guards and wards, then an arcane lock. So anytime someone goes in, it just directs them back out.
And if you wanted, I could.
I believe. Go ahead.
I could suggest some of the people of this temple to keep anybody away from these back rooms if you wanted.
That as well. I mean, we could do all these things.
Glyphs and wards would only last for a day. We'd have to renew it consistently in order for it to become permanent. But a glyph of warding and an arcane lock would both be permanent until dispelled. And I believe your time stasis plus some deterrence of even entering into this room would offer enough security that we could, or you all could operate.
Is there a permanent
Confidence.
illusion we could do? Or is that... I think that comes back to the guards and wards, but it has to be permanent. But I have to cast for an extent.
Set up a little Home Alone trap with a tripwire and one of the cards from the deck of illusions. That way somebody walks through and it just drops and suddenly there's an ogre in the hallway.
Hey, I mean, nothing better than combining magical defenses with mundane defenses.
That is true. Programmed illusion until dispelled.
Another good choice.
So if they get past the arcane lock, they open the door and it's just another wall.
Okay. And you guys would know to just walk through it because it's not real.
Yeah, we could have it be like a joke where like it's a wall, but like there's like a funny painting on it, like haha.
Helm on the toilet.
Yeah. So like it's a little goofy thing. So someone would be like, "Oh, that's a funny little prank the church did." And we could do that.
How
Okay.
many people in this temple know about this wall? Just the one guy?
The one guy, and then the people that were apparently sneaking in here. One of which was the ex-BID leader who possibly cultist.
Yeah,
Right.
and
Probably.
the priest that you told about it when you found it. But there really aren't a lot. You don't get a lot of foot traffic in the temple here.
So arcane lock, programmed illusion, and then I guess we could do an alarm.
Sorry, Graham. And then an alarm as well.
It'd be funny. Means you had the idea of Helm sitting on a toilet. When you open it, the alarm is just a loud shitting sound. Just vibrates through the entire stairs.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Helm might not be happy about it, but it's a great alarm.
Here's how you do it. Lock the door. Set up your static illusion above it. It just looks like a restroom sign, and set up a glyph of order. When they try to jiggle the handle, it just plays occupado. That way they walk away.
That's funny. However, that would get more people to come if it was like, oh, a restroom.
Oh, a
That
bathroom in the
means
temple.
normal people would come
That
in.
got me.
Personnel only.
We could do that. All them work. We could do whatever.
Yeah. Anything you
Do
want to do?
everything.
Yeah. Whatever you guys do, just make sure it's locked so that people don't just trip into the gate.
Alright. Arcane lock, Helm sitting on the toilet, loud farting sound.
Okay. So
And then I'll let the guard know that is the alarm.
okay, Takashi
I
lets
don't know
him know, right?
I don't know if he'll appreciate that.
So Takashi lets him know, or Nicholas?
I just realized it's gonna piss off the priest. Because he did
I
say,
kinda- I
hey,
mentioned
don't...
it as a joke, but
Maybe
Who
we
did
could
he
have
say
like
don't?
a hidden portrait of Helm. Just a normal portrait of Helm. And it plays holy music when you open it.
okay.
That way it still fits the vibe, and the priest would know, hey, I hear holy music. Someone's trying to break in.
So, one thing I do need from Takashi then. Can you roll me a persuasion check?
No.
I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
There you
I
go.
think
Oh,
you guys
man,
are-
that's
It's not bad. This Chris
Is it like a-
Phrase I haven't
It's
heard
a
in a long
Right,
time.
no, right? It's a D12 now.
Here's the thing. Means he's a samurai, he gets a bonus in persuasion.
Oh no, you're on DM roll.
Oh, no. No, I mean, 19's still good.
19 is good. Roll that D12 anyway.
Yeah, it's a D12 now?
It
Yeah.
is now.
Oh
Nice.
my god.
Good
Wow.
job.
Fire.
It's
Absolute
still a 20.
fire.
Still a 20. As
A
you.
dirty 20 or a nasty 20?
And it's
That's a nasty 20. That's a filthy 20. The only thing that would make it dirtier is if it was like a natural 15 and then Ken threw a flash of genius on it to bump it up further. That would make it filthier. But all right. So as Takashi heads out to inform the priest here, Gavin, of your intentions of kind of securing that rectory, he nods along. Very well, if you believe it is necessary for you to keep this secret for now, I will keep my ears open and stay aware. And if anything goes amiss, I will, I will let you know when you return.
very well.
Guys, finish setting up your defenses here around the rectory, Stir kind of stands up and looks over it all and nods. Well then, we both have other planes of existence to get to. Holds out his hand to Ken. Good luck.
Y'all take care of Mechanus. Try not to give Nick too much trouble up there, would you?
Mia kind of smiles. I never give him any trouble. He loves me. But, and she kind of turns as you finish shaking hands with Stir, and she puts her hand up on your face. But not as much as I love you. Stay safe, okay?
Of course.
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Of course, we have a wedding to plan. There is no way this dragon boy
And
is
nothing
going
can
to
go
pass.
wrong.
I will ensure of it, Mia. I will ensure of it.
Don't worry, if
Gee.
anything bad happens, we'll just rewind time again.
What's the worst that could happen?
Sure.
She walks over to you, Aerith, towers over you, just enough that it's kind of like you were shorter than me and now you're not. And she kind of takes your hand and goes, I know you will. Stay with him, okay?
We have dresses to shop for after all of this is finished, so trust me.
She like smiles and starts bouncing. I don't know what that means, but I'm super excited. Is that like what we did in the Feywild, where
Oh,
they
yes,
like?
but so much better.
Yes. Okay. She turns around and goes to Stir. Like, okay, all right. Let's do what we got to do so that we can have our wedding. Stir smiles. Very well. Nicholas, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. You all stay as safe as you can. I already know you're gonna get in trouble, but have fun, I guess.
The Wanderers? No, never.
Mia steps forward. Stir kind of takes her hand and Nick's hand. They form a small circle. Mia stands there. Stir looks at her. You need to cast the spell, dear. I don't have anything from Mechanus. We're from Mechanus. Just focus on home, and you'll take us there. Okay. She gathers together her strength, and in a flash of magical light, the three of them are gone.
Nicholas is no more.
Nah, he's just next step. You guys want to get to the Feywild this week, or do you just want to call it here and pick up here next week?
Let's
I
get
mean,
at
we
least
can just get to the Feywild.
yeah,
real
at least
quick.
let's get to the starting line.
All right, so as you see the flash of magic and the dissipation of Mia's energy, there's like a little, like a wave of dark purplish pressure that kind of washes over everybody right after she leaves, but it doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay.
Alright, time to head to the Feywild again.
Apparently, I still have.
Hey, you'll
chocolate
finally be able to
from
pick
the
up that book,
inventory.
Yay! I hope Ken's hand when he cries a bit.
Yeah. Right. All right. Yeah. Let's get going.
Right.
Do you want some of Mia's chocolate to make you feel better? I still have it in my inventory.
Oh dear, I forgot to give her something. Well, we can wait. I got her stone snake egg still.
Oh, no, that stone snake. I was gonna hatch that to be a guardian of Mechanus. Right.
I will also say, at no point did Mia remember to give you guys the shard from Takashi. So unless we retcon that now, you have no way back to Mechanus without grabbing
Yeah, we do.
something.
Yeah,
No,
we should probably
I
do
have
that.
the tuning fork. Oh wait,
Oh.
no, tuning forks for the material plane. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have a
Yeah.
material plane tuning fork.
Can we do that real quick? And I'll like, oh shit, and then give her the snake egg.
Wait,
So
I'll be mechanic.
you're gonna give her the snake egg too?
Yeah.
So a little bit of because I didn't remember until right after as well. Right
I'm going
as
to hatch a snake egg.
you hear Stir like giving her the instructions as to how to cast it, you have that moment, that flash, and you call at her, and she looks over at you and smiles and goes, "Oh wait, I got something for you too." And she drops Stir's hand, and you both reach into your bags. And as you hand her the egg, she smiles and looks at you. "I'm gonna hatch it."
Nice. I also have the Feywild fox fur.
No, you keep that.
Okay.
It's nice. It's soft. I'll hatch this. You keep that.
Very well.
And this. And she hands you the shard of metal.
Yes. Very important. Thank you, dear.
She smiles. Love
Can I
you.
carry that means it was in my head.
I love you too. Now go ahead and skedaddle.
Okay. She leans in for one last quick kiss and then runs over, takes their hands, and with a beam of confidence is gone. Okay.
Let's get to the
Right.
back
Alright.
to the Feywild.
Ready to step out of the fire and into the fire of a different kind.
Yeah, I mean,
When are things not on fire?
All right, so we have more side quests now. So now we have the wall thingy, we have the Feywild, and we still have the 3 Dale lands.
That's your
yeah,
main story. You got MSQ and 2 side quests at the moment.
Okay, gotcha. Side story time.
Yeah, let's
Hey.
go.
At least the Feywild stuff, it's not as much, but time does still move a little differently there, so who knows?
Hmm.
Can we
Shouldn't
not
take
have
that
it
long.
move too
I will
much?
I'm just gonna say I'm happy that it's nobody and Oni because I want to see them fight together.
Oh boy.
Because they complement each other so well.
It's
I'm
so
too
good.
excited, Cade.
I'm actually very excited. It's I always love the party shift ups. It was a lot to have to adapt to with Mia and Nick because you guys had so much utility and like so many options. It'll be a nice shift to go like just battle monkey again. I'm excited.
Hell yeah. But alright.
Tearing
And
the front lines.
and we'll go back to someone who you all can ask questions a little bit better, and get some better answers. Not suited for all this stuff. Let's go.
Right.
Yep.
And alright, then I will use one charge from the Ruby Weave to plane shift us.
As you take out a small spoon that you took from a tavern in Sarnau and use that as your focus, you reach into the Ruby Weave gem and call forth the magic, and as it washes over you all, there's a hint of coldness, like the first day of fall after summer. Like that crispness in the air that washes over each of you as the dome constructs itself around you and reality is pushed onto it like a projection, and then it's cracked. And in this ephemeral white space of nothingness and energy, a new dome reassembles all around you, a reality of the interior of a familiar tavern paints itself before snapping in all around you, and the entire party arrives back in, oh god, Once Upon a Feywild, the Morning Wood. Just gonna have to go ahead and manage some tokens. We'll ignore the tokens for right now because I'll do the tokens over the next week. But as you arrive in the center here, kind of tucked, well, not in the center, but tucked off to one side where a table has been removed and it's kind of been turned almost into like, it's like an empty space that was intended to be used as a teleportation location. You see, sitting at his favorite table, the familiar face of Bastille. But he looks old. The normal, like the black and dark of his hair is almost entirely shocked through with white. He looks thin and gaunt. And as he looks up at the flash of energy, he raises one hand and waves. Welcome back, everybody. Looks at Rose.
Holy
It didn't
shit,
take very
Bast.
long.
Please talk to them, explain everything. I don't know how to say all the words that you've said to me in the last 7 years about what the fuck's happening. My
Okay.
head hurts.
Well, hello to me as well. Have a
Yes.
seat. Kind of grab a mug and a little bit of a shake in his hand, pick it up and drink it. And everybody join me, and I'll fill you in on what we've been up to.
I just realized nobody's gonna be completely lost.
Yeah. What the fuck is this?
Taka, you show up, you're like, whoa. Huh.
He has no idea about the time shenanigans.
As you sit down at the table, I'll lore dump a little bit. Ended on a little bit more information. As you kind of gather around, he smiles. It's been a long time since I saw your faces. Not so much for you, though. And he looks at Ken and Aerith and Oni, who've not aged a week. Well, Aerith aged 2 years, but...
That's literally like 2 minutes in elves.
1 second, gotta do something. As you arrive here, Rose, you find yourself surrounded by lights, sparkling, iridescent, multicolored butterflies that seem to just flit in and out of reality and just follow you around.
Why? Why?
I feel like this might be a side effect of chaos.
And looks over at Aerith.
Wild magic.
Why?
I didn't do it. Maybe.
Well, Stir did say that the weave was getting a little, frayed, so...
Yeah, so this might be effect of your plane shift spell.
Is that gonna happen every time?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Unless
I-
it's fixed pretty soon.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's fine.
Could have been worse. Could have been a fireball going off.
True, we've had that happen a few times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I feel
That'll
like
be
just
fun.
for funsies or just to try, I like take my hat off and try and like control the butterflies into the hat and have them just disappear. Like a magician.
As you pass your hat through, they flitter through as if your hat isn't even there. You're just illusory and moving around this space. But as you sit down, your butterfly's still dancing around you. Bastille kind of just smiles.
I'm like trying to poke at them.
So,
At least Thorn isn't here right now. I wouldn't hear the end of that.
oh, he's still close to the front lines, gathering our forces with with Tasmakella.
Right.
He looks at Oni and Ken. I don't know why, so many years ago, your words, your warnings, fell on such deaf ears, but you could not have been more correct. Our actions at the gala changed everything. the insult to her, to having me in her home, speaking to her with pleasantries, and then behind her back, pushed her off the deep end. And for many years, he looks around to the tavern, which actually doesn't have nearly as many people in as I have on the map. It's like, there's maybe like the satyr behind the bar and half a dozen other people here. There's no like musicians playing. It just seems mostly kind of just empty-ish compared to how you remember it. I ran from my failure, from my responsibility, and from my everything. For 25 years, 20 years. I'm trying to remember like time frames as to when it happened in the past 20 years ago. For 20 years, from your perspective, I hid from my people, and they thought me dead. And with me gone, and no one taking my place, Titania took over. The spring court has always been in her pocket. Oberon is her little bitch. And the autumn court, well, after they saw what she did, they took the smart path.
They aligned with her too?
Yes. All of the Feywild was allied with Queen Titania, High Fey. A few bands of my people left in the wilds, but the courts all swore fealty to her. Until they returned, looked over at Rose, and brought with them a hope that I had long thought gone. Thorn pulled me out of it. He showed me it was worth fighting for. You both did. Smiles at Rose, as well as Tasmakella. Her patience and counsel was fundamental. It took a few months, but we finally found ourselves in a position to want to take it back. And when Rose heard of the way that the Fae trade power, they were willing to take that burden onto themselves and bear the weight of the Seeker in order to preserve the true balance of the Feywild. But we didn't have time. They insisted that the actions on the material plane were going to spill over. That if we took the time we needed to wage a proper war, a war against immortal beings, that the material plane would fall, this Severin you had spoken of would win, and all would be lost. I had some of the lotuses left. The one you had retrieved for me. I used it, and the power of the paradox I found myself at the heart of, as well as Rose. The idea that their allies had already traveled here from a time in the future. I've relied heavily upon the lotuses since then to keep time folding back on itself. It took us years and countless trials and tribulations to win the courts back. The Winter Court, what remains of its nobility, is with us. We have now brought the Autumn Court into our fold, and there are even dissenters amongst the Spring and Summer Courts that are beginning to see the tyranny in Titania and Oberon's actions. Our efforts have worked, though it has taken many years of failure and success, but a lot of failure.
Not enough. Well, enough failure, not enough success.
Too true. I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to perform the ritual this time. Not without, well, unintended and unwelcome circumstances around myself. But,
like finally killing yourself.
yes. It was something I would have done if it meant that it gave us 4 more months, but you assured me that they could help us, and we could do this. And I've come to trust them. They are a leader. They have grown into that role, and I have seen them lead men into bloody battle and walk out carrying the defeated. We are prized to siege Astrazalian. But Titania has retreated far within her castle, and our spies indicate that all access to her chamber has been sealed off. Thorn and Tasmakella are preparing our army. But it was our hope, Rose and mine, that you all would assist Rose in the surgical strike on the castle itself. Your former knowledge, I believe, might be helpful.
Well, I think I got the gist of it.
Right? Questions, concerns? I know you have concerns.
So, are we waging war in the traditional sense? Are we going guerrilla? Are we going assassination?
He looks at Rose. All three. Our guerrilla forces.
Pretty much.
Our guerrilla forces operate as a fifth column within Astrazalian itself, and we hope to be able to use that to perform a surgical strike on Titania while her armies are distracted with our armies.
And we're the assassination squad, I'm assuming.
Rose assured me that you were suited, and, well, I do not know you in particular. I have seen what these three are capable of, and I agreed.
That's good or better.
This is Takashi. He almost killed me once, but we're friends.
This is Takashi. Oh, I see. All right.
I didn't
good to-
try and kill you. It was non-lethal.
Ooh,
I hit you with
Can we-
water.
sure.
There's a twinge in your back as he says that.
Also, have I been to the Feywild before? In all
No.
my time
Oh,
before?
actually, roll me a d20. That's a good question.
Do I want high or low?
Maybe he's got like a vacation home out here, you know, like a little cottage somewhere.
Let's see, 14. I'm trying to think of what may have drawn you here. You probably traveled here, but not seeking, like, not on the job. It was more of, like, an introduction to the plains, as the Feywild. Like, I would say that you've been to both the Feywild and the Shadowfell in order for them to show you the nature of the plains, as the Feywild and the Shadowfell are like two mirror opposites of the material plane and sit closest to it. There was no job, but it was kind of like a they brought you out here, yeah, and then showed you around, and you got to experience what it was like to not feel like tired or hungry, to an extent, because the Feywild is constantly feeding energy in this place of life. And then they took you to the Shadowfell, which was the opposite.
So it's like orientation, first day on the job.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're
That was the
going
word I was
to
looking for.
Shadowfell.
Couldn't find orientation in my head, but yes, it was an orientation using the gate.
Gotcha. To be fair, Takashi's probably better suited for assassination than Nicholas. By quite a large margin.
Just a little bit.
Just a wee bit.
So do we have to do anything specific to kill her with the immortal beings and whatnot, or just hit her really hard? Haha, I take your spot.
Diminishing her defenses and physical damage will weaken her body. When her form is finally when she is essentially dead, and her body would be incapable of containing a soul, it is then that a powerful Fae is capable of seizing that strength for their own. If they don't, then the soul will reassert into the body, and it will heal, and she will return, as she has many times.
But if, like, an evil dragon spirit takes the opportunity to jump into that soulless body?
You speak of Kolunde.
Mm-hmm.
It is a fear I have had, but I do not believe the body is the power. The body is just...
Is there a way we could try to force that, then?
Force the dragon's spirit into the former body of a Fae.
It's not dangerous.
Hmm?
I said, well, that's not dangerous.
I mean, she would be essentially just Eladrin again, as she was all those ages ago.
I'm just trying to think of ways to not have an evil spirit in Rose's arm when we do this. That way they can safely take control and not
It
risk
has-
having
Is-
that, you know.
It has been a concern that we have discussed, yes. It is the hope that Tasmakella will offer a anchor for Rose to help keep things under control. They have a specific or a particular effect on Kolunde, and
Is Rose the only one who could take Titania's spot?
he looks at them.
Yes.
Yes. The only other Fae I know of with power that rivals Rose's is Thorns. And his place is not one of summer, but to be the Warden of Winter. to take my role when we fix this.
I mean, could he take it temporarily?
Hey,
Is there any...
Tanya, temporary. It's not temporary. I don't think.
So we need
I
to.
mean, it's not permanent either if we're about to usurp her and let you take it, right? There's something there.
Whatever power it is that makes us Archfey binds itself indelibly to our soul. As I have told Rose, it will change them, as the memories of every Titania is a part of that energy. As I am the culmination of all previous Bastilles, they too will become Titania.
You're really not good at reassurances, my guy.
I'm trying to be
So-
honest, not
Crazy
reassuring.
Lady's soul gets absorbed into Rose, who is now has the memories of Crazy Lady.
And the strength of character and will, I believe, to withstand those influences.
Along with
Shape
the
them.
Crazy Dragonar.
And not be crazy. It's
Rose
easy.
is born. Rose is born Colonde in their arm for over 2 years. There have been mishaps, yes, but they have grown. They use what tools are available, as we all do. And without the various boons its presence grants them, I'm not sure we'd be here in this current situation. Your hesitation and reluctance is understandable, and we have talked this talk many times. Tasmakella herself has come to me in private to speak of her worries of this. She still has concern. But I trust Rose. You should too.
I don't
Someone
even know
trusts me.
Rose.
He looks from you to Ken, but you do. You told me of them back when we first met. Told me you were searching for a friend who was like me.
Yep. That I did.
You've seen them grow. At least from the perspective of the story they've told me. Quite a lot. Would you believe that they would allow who they are to bend even one iota?
Barring extenuating circumstances. Nah, they're too stubborn.
Stubbornness keeps us ourselves, and I believe it will keep them themselves.
And should what's their face act up?
Klondike Bar.
Klondike Bar.
I'll be there to remind them who's in charge.
Tasmakella said the exact same thing.
I appreciated it more when she said it for
Said
different reasons.
with a little bit more. Yeah.
Can Klondike hear when we make fun of them?
She hears everything you hear and sees everything you see. Everything that like, I don't know if Rose tells Takashi that when Takashi asks. It's up to Rose what information they give, but Rose knows that she is always watching and she is always listening, even if she's not actively speaking.
Do you tell me, Rose?
Yeah. They'll give it a long like pause and just yeah. She.
Good. I want
she
them to
hears
know
her.
I'm insulting them.
Great. So that I have to deal with it. I appreciate it so much.
It's the dragon's fault for going in your arm. I should have gone in your arm. Now I'm going to make fun of them and call them a Klondike. What would you do for a Klondike bar?
Rose chuckles to themselves.
Candy
I
bar we
eat you
have.
first.
So how
But,
soon do we need to assassinate Titania?
Rose had only just left several hours ago. We figured it would take at least a day or so for them to find you and pivot you off of whatever you were doing.
Yeah, they had some really good time in catching us because we were about to go to another plane when they caught up
Again.
with us. So
Well, to be fair, I figured you guys would have to finish up some stuff first, and
To
know.
be fair, you probably caught us at the best time.
yeah, probably.
for something for once that could actually wait.
I mean, it's not like it's a good thing that I'm letting down a cult leader just run around somewhere in Mechanics, but you know,
It's
Or
fine.
the taillands get worse and worse.
Or the
and
tail
worse.
end, yeah. It seems
It's-
more time sensitive.
No, it's fine. Everything's
God damn it.
fine.
One thing
Oni
I forgot to put on my list. I need to recall one thing. Oni, you did hear, you got a message from the High Priest of Trastiel, congratulating you and informing you that the Dale of Earth is returning to normal and the sandstorms have abated. He hopes that it's because of what you did and that this finds you well and alive.
Well, that's good at least. A little bit of good news for us.
I should have put that on my list. I didn't even think of it till that moment, but it was definitely on the list of things to do.
Oh yeah. Also, good job.
Day or so after you guys got back, there was a sending that came through, probably in the early hours of the morning.
Can Archfey get poisoned?
Would you like to try, Bastille?
I have been more or less poisoning myself for a while. Let's see.
He's I can make poison.
You sounded so proud. I can make poison.
You gotta remember, this is what he did all the time before he lost his memory, and he's now has his memory, and he's like, finally, I get back in action, but now he has a shit. You know, he's
I
like,
can poison everyone.
well, no, because he's like, I know what my job is, I know what my purpose is, but then he's also like, fuck, I'm the only one. I gotta fix all this shit. Now I'm over here in the Feywild. Let's just get this done and over with. I got a lot to fix.
Pendium is not. I'm trying to just find any Archface stat block to know, but all I have access to is the. Ah, god damn it.
I'll take that as yes.
I've been doing too much Final Fantasy 14 like searches. I almost typed FFXIV instead.
Is Titania
Could you-
a stat plot that you can look
Could
up?
you poison Titania in Final Fantasy 14? I think so. Summoners do a lot of dots, or they
They
used
do.
to.
I will say this: all my poisons have to be ingested. Which
I know. That's what makes it so funny. I believe. I mean,
There's a stipulation we made to keep it balanced.
we can get drunk, so I'm going to assume we can be poisoned. But all that can really I don't believe a lethal poison would have any sort of long-lasting effect.
I can put her to sleep. There's also paralyzing poison.
Paralysis might work. We can't be put to sleep. I can tell you that one.
Can you be
so-
stunned?
I got lethal poison, I got paralyzing poison, and I got sleeping poison.
Just we got you here. Are you susceptible to stun?
Do you want to try?
God, I really, really wish I had anything.
To Archfey use a specific element that we would be resistant to.
Radiant.
What kind of spells does Titania like casting?
All right, here we go. I found
I found
something.
homebrews.
Yeah, I found a homebrew, but it's not quite what I would need.
One says charmed, frightened, paralyzed is what they're immune to. Another
We are
says
not. Yeah,
charmed, exhausted, frightened, paralyzed, and poisoned. But
we are not immune to being stunned, but we do have special reservoirs of resistance that we can draw upon to resist such things should we fail them.
Okay, I've got 5 around to work through.
So
The man behind the screen knows, and I feel his weariness.
Deadpool?
What
Yeah.
kind of spells does Titania use? Any specific element?
Not any particular elements, although I would suggest anything that may help you fortify your subconscious and mental defenses. If you wish to know what they're capable of, I ask you to look only to your ally Rose. They are a powerful caster along the same lines, although Rose definitely walks their own beat.
Stay within 30 feet of me, and I can at least help you guys with that.
Okay, so psychic resistant pellets, maybe?
Probably.
Need to gather all the ingredients, though.
That's gonna be fun in the Feywild.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
We're gonna have to ask someone to fucking escort me.
What could you make out of the Celestial Lotus? Did
That,
you whip something wild up with those?
there was a resist all pellet.
You could try. Like,
I'm sure the hag's not back now.
Well,
No sarcasm. The hag's 100% back. I could also just chuck smoke bombs. Can you see through smoke, Bastille?
We have a limited range of senses that don't require our sight, but doesn't go very far.
Okay, so smoke bomb maybe no work.
Obscure distance, but if you were to drop it on her, she could probably see what was in the smoke. But if you were to use it to block a line of sight, potentially.
Okay.
We're gonna have to
I forget what
test
level
with
was
like
my-
Oberon and the others when we get to her. Does she keep a guard with her, or is she gonna be, you think, like holed up in her room alone?
I fully expect her to be guarded within her castle. She will most likely have Oberon within her chambers with her. A
Nasty.
capable warrior in his own right, more along the lines of how Thorn fights.
Oh yeah, question. What tier was my gourd now?
Oh god, I hadn't even thought of that.
Because is it tier 4 or tier 5?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, Grim D&D. Oh boy, no, shared with me.
It should be magic items for nobody.
Yep.
For nobody.
nobody.
Nobody is allowed to.
Exactly.
That was wrong one. I have too many things in my drive. I know.
Is Tier 4 was the Hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
Tier 5 is True Mastery.
I think it's still tier 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
As funny as it would be to sniper from a mile away.
Right. Got to leave you a little bit of room to grow still.
That's
You know.
fine. It'd still be funny to blow down our castle. So the plan is your guerrilla warfares distract her main army. We sneak in. We beat the shit out of her, and Rose takes her place.
And
That's the basic gist.
Essentially.
Sounds like fun.
he gives a weary smile.
So much fun.
Yeah, I've not fought a Fae before, so I don't know what I expect.
There is also. Do we tell them about? He looks at Rose. Of Harrow.
Harrow.
What happened to Harrow?
He looks
Yeah.
down. I abandoned him. He told me to run. I ran. He was captured. And now he is buried beneath her vaults. An eternal torture.
Aerith just has this dark, disappointing look on his face.
So he's a prisoner in her dungeon?
It is what she does with our kind.
Could we do a prison break?
He looks at Rose. We've discussed it. Potentially. While we're in there. There are 24 changelings that we know of that have been captured and buried over the years. Our kind is not common, even among the Fae, and to lose so many. When you were here, you saw that we do not die, but there is a fate worse than that can be enacted upon us. One in which our freedom, everything, is stripped from us. They are bound in silver chains and buried, standing up beneath the ground, and then left to feel that eternal light gnawing of hunger, to never know rest. It would risk the mission, but and he kind of like takes like a deep breath and has to swallow hard. But he is my brother. This is my greatest shame. I have asked more of you all than any being in the world has any right to ask, and offered very little, but jokes and tricks and half-truths. But if you can get him out, anything I can give is yours.
What do you got?
Really?
At the moment, this cup, and he drains it, and it's empty.
Nah, jokes aside, probably best we help you. No matter what we get out of it, angry Feywild is probably not helpful to any of us.
He's disrupting the balance here.
Well, you won't have to worry about paying me. I'll do this pro bono. Tyranny has no place in a beautiful place like this. It needs to be free. So, let's get your people out, and let's give Titania what for.
He smiles, and with like a soft kind of sigh, nods to the end of war, and to peace and freedom.
Definitely raise glass to that.
Well, I guess if you got plans already, go ahead and y'all can hash it out. Where's my sister? I gotta go hug my sister.
She is near Astrozalian at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're kind of. She wanted to come with, but it was already dangerous enough sending one of us.
We did not know how long it would take, and but we can get a horse and wagon and ride for Astrozalian tomorrow, or if you wish to use some of your strength, you could bring them there much quicker.
Yeah, we could just go if you think
Actually-
it's still safe enough.
While I'm thinking about it, but still, can we go to your house really quick? We left something there way back when that could be of use, specifically to Aerith.
Very well. Let me go speak to Fed and get myself a flagon to go, and we'll head to my home.
You don't need another drink. Just get up.
Get some
He
water.
he was
Get some
picking
stretches.
up his mug, and he looks at both of you. Go ahead.
Hey, get some water. Get some stretches.
Okay.
You got a court to reestablish once all this is over.
I have proven that I am no leader. No.
Well,
I will see this through, and I will see my power passed on willingly, given to Thorn. And then he looks at Rose and smiles, as this is a conversation you've had many times. And then we'll see what happens if I'm no longer a Bastille. All right. He gets up, kind of puts his hand on Rose's shoulder and lifts himself to his full height. He definitely, he gives off that kind of almost heroin addict look of just bone thin weariness. And just because I don't want you guys to have to remember all week, you can retrieve the book
hey,
from
there you go,
beneath.
Eric.
He's like, when did you
Yes.
put that under my house?
I was wondering why that floorboard squeaked all the time. Well, now I know. A clever place to hide it.
I guess, well, with Feywild's weird Oh God, I can't tell time anymore. Fuck.
Eh,
Yeah, it is
No, not
perpetually
again. Oh
five
God, no.
Find again.
and north is
Not
perpetually every
again.
direction.
Well. I was gonna say if I have the time to read my book as much and safely as possible.
We had
Depends. Do you want me to teleport you to Taz now, or
Yeah, let's get to Katas, see what if there's scouts there, let's see what they are seeing, and I guess we'll get cracking on formulating a plan.
yay, planning? My favorite and best part of all of this.
Yeah, well, you got me here, so you have a good note keeper.
Quick, fast, easy. Just big distraction, kill Titania. Easy plan.
Yeah.
Easy
peasy.
peasy. Yeah.
Drop a couple bags of holding,
Yeah,
send her into the astral sea.
Yeah.
Get Yankee involved.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right.
Bast, are you coming with? Are you staying here still?
He looks at you, and you know his answer.
Right.
You've got this.
You're so boring. No, I'm just kidding.
Please. Don't kill yourself before we get back.
I won't.
We're getting Harrow back.
Thank you, Rose. And thank you for loving Thorn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just. Alright, we'll be back.
No. We do this all the time. Two talkers, we always just want to keep talking over each other. Go ahead.
Will be back.
Yeah. You don't need me to tell you again. Go through this again.
Yeah, you can do that. Takashi.
Well,
No. Hopefully the next time I see you, well, things will have finally come to a head.
Ready?
let's go.
Alright.
Let's do this.
So you
Really
said
pull out the
something.
book.
Okay. Well, good luck reading that as I teleport our asses. Could we do this? You said there's something about fireballs. Should we do this outside?
Probably.
Fireballs.
Right. Yeah, you said if I do stuff and it could explode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
weave, the weave being, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure they'll
Yeah.
fix that immediately.
Pretty sure it's on the number one thing they need to do.
Yeah, just a 10-minute fix. Just some duct tape.
They get there and they're like, oh no, we're going to need so many more tools.
Where's that immovable rod?
So as you guys kind of gather out front of the morning wood, you see as the curtain kind of right behind where Bastile's chair is pulls aside and he looks out the window at you, watches as the five of you gather together. Rose, you take out a small stone that had been taken from the forward encampment. It has like a little F-E painted on it to remind you as to where it goes. And you close your eyes. And you feel as the world kind of sucks in, like right into your core, just this one point. And you are then re-emerged into a space filled with the sounds of chatter and hoof falls blades clanging in the distance, and as you look around thinking that you've arrived in the middle of some battle, you find yourself in a training camp. A forward military camp stretching out thousands of feet in every direction into the woods, kind of surrounding this glade that it's in.
This is bringing back flashbacks.
Rose kind of tosses the stone, puts it away.
Immediately
You
scan.
hear, Rose, you've returned.
Oh,
Can you turn? And you can see Taz running up. They wrap their arms around Rose. I didn't expect you back so soon. And you brought Ken. It's been a long time, brother.
He'll, just very softly say, "Hello, sister," interconic, and then go in for a hug.
It steps back and pulls you into a hug, right next to her. She still has one arm around Rose a bit, pulls you in closer. She replies interconic, "It warms my heart to see you again, well and healthy."
Yeah, we've been through some things, but we made it through, and now we're here.
She
and now
smiles,
we're here.
looks out, smiles at Aerith. Aerith, good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Akashi. And, I believe we met momentarily. Master Oni, if I recall correctly.
Oh, and he kind of nods like, yeah. I got to see you and Rose fleeing the meeting briefly.
Hooray.
Yes. Well,
Brightest
all water under the
spot
bridge.
in my past, yeah.
We've all gone through our stages of grief. We've dealt with it. We've moved on and become stronger for it, right, Rose?
Just gives her a look.
She smiles. I know I'm right. I don't need you to tell me. Okay. So you guys are here to help. Good. We could use it. Let's go find Thorn, and we'll fill you in on our current plan of action.
Yep. What is Snickersnack? Oh, sister.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yes.
With this is he leans his neck over and points a thumb at Snickersnack. He's like, this is Snickersnack. He is a very friendly sort.
To some
I'm very
people.
curious about what he thinks of you.
He looks past you for the first time at the hilt of the blade, and her eyes kind of blaze. Where did you find him?
So funny story.
Hilarious
We-
story.
We stole it from Titania 20 years ago.
The sword that she's... it was... that...
Mhm.
Oh,
Isn't it hilarious?
well...
Remember
I
you
think
remember
it's
the
hilarious.
you remember the wish sword Namur let us use?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the timey-wimey shenanigans ensued.
I need... do you have anything that... I need this story, but first, that sword... That sword was forged during the war against Tiamat and the Chromatics. That sword is over 1,500 years old. It was thought lost at the end of the war. The fact that you bear it is... You hear in your mind, a glorious omen, brother. Together, we will continue the war that we were forged to end. We will strike down our father's enemies and see the world purged of their evil kin. And we can start right now. Give in. She looks at you. He went through a lot during that war, they all did. None of the dragons, either metallic or chromatic, that survived were ever quite right again.
Wait a minute. The way you said that kind of made it sound like Snickersnack was a metallic that was turned into a sword.
A piece of one's soul, yes. A gold dragon that chose to become more than just dragon or man. That is its fang. Or what has become of it over the years.
That explains the burning fervor. Well, buddy, nice to know more about yourself. You wouldn't happen to know Snickersnack's original name by chance?
No. That that tale was lost during the war. In fact, it's merely the legend of the blade that has survived. He was forged in the early days, in the fires that threatened to unravel the world, following that little hiccup that we called the spell plague.
Little hiccup, huh?
Yes. So much is lost from that time. So few civilizations survived, and his true name is unfortunately one of those casualties.
Oh.
But he endured. In this form, kind of like she looks at you with the armor on, and she smiles. He chose a sword, and you chose to change yourself. We all go through these metamorphoses. We fight these dire battles. But the trauma that forges them shapes what they become, and just be careful. Fervor, fanaticism can be powerful, but it can also be blind.
Yeah, I've been there before. Aerith can attest, or Aerith and Rose can attest. I was all about putting hands on the cult whenever I can. Consequences be damned. But yeah, you're right.
And
I
you
gotta.
exploded for it.
That, yeah, okay. You know what? You're right. You're right. So, you're right. I'm, Snickersnack and I will be okay. We'll keep it level while we, take care of business. Isn't that right, buddy? Like, he'll, like, say it in a way to emphasize, like, please. Like, we're gonna, you know, gonna knock down some tyranny, but let's keep it level.
Wars. But when the moment arrives, we cannot delay destiny forever. I love the sighs after every time he talks.
Ken just like looks back to Taz McKellen and just gives that like, I'm so tired of this shit smile.
Oh, trust me, I kind of understand, and I think if I can get used to Colin Day, I can get used to Snicker Snack.
All right. So,
Yes.
barracks.
Yes.
Any plans you have in motion? Where can we fit into those plans? When can we execute those plans?
To the Seeker's tent. That is where our warden is conferring with his fellow generals to see what options may be available to us. Shall we, Seeker?
Don't.
Wait. You're the... Oh, you're... You're the commander of this whole outfit?
Rose has been the guiding force in this entire rebellion. It is their passion to free this place and these people. They are the Seeker of Summer, and they will guide us, guide their people, and I'll walk right there alongside them to balance.
Still a stupid name.
I like it, and I think it fits you well. And I think the Warden of Winter fits Thorn well, and I know he hates it as well, which is why I use them all the time.
You're so
So we
kind.
now have to address Rose as Rose, Seeker of Summer.
Don't.
I
Very well,
would love it
Rose,
if you did.
Seeker of Summer.
Ken just got the...
We shall join you in your battle against Tyranny.
Ken just got the biggest smile on his face. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have fun.
We need to go find Thorn right now so I can talk to somebody who doesn't do stupid things.
Does she have any other
Seeker of
titles?
Summer.
By your will, Seeker of Summer.
I'm leaving.
We will follow you, Seeker of Summer.
I'm
This
leaving
way,
right
Seeker,
now.
to your Seeker's tent.
I will kill all of you.
You can certainly try, Seeker of Summer.
Yeah, kind of like jog up and to just wrap his arm around their necks. Like, I'm messing with you. Let's go. And then like walking with his arm around their neck.
You feel a little bit of cold air coming off their right arm as you kind of brush up against that side, like stepping into a room with air conditioning as you get close. But it doesn't strike out or hurt you, it just is there. 6 of you march through the trodden, dirty kind of pathways that have been run into this glade within the forest. And as you approach the tent that's kind of set off away from others and just a little bit larger than the rest, you open it and you see kind of standing behind this large table, crouched over it, both hands down on it, a humanoid figure, taller than you remember, a little bit bulkier, a little thicker of the shoulders, arms a little bit more just built up. And as Thorn looks up at you guys, his face still this pure white mask, his eyes pure black, but his hair now kind of sleeked back and tied into a bun behind his head with a short cropped beard of black hair down around his chin. He smiles. Good! You guys are here! Okay, come on over here.
Help me.
Yeah, I think we might actually have an idea. Okay, you got Ken. All right, you got Ken. Okay, new guy. Don't know you.
I'm the old guy.
I'm the old guy, he says.
But okay, all right. Well, I don't see Eodos, but I know that you really wanted to talk to him.
It's fine.
Okay. All right. Come on over here, guys. Let me show you what we're up against and see what you can bring to the table. And as you approach, you see as these two huge guys that look like they're just wearing bear fur, like furs and nothing else have been standing on this side of the table and kind of parked to the side. You look around, you have about a half dozen other well-skilled looking warriors. Everybody here, a martial master in one way or the other, all kind of gathered around this map of a city that not 3 weeks ago you guys were the guests of honor at a gala in. And as Thorn begins to break down the defenses of the city, the armies at your disposal, what you have and how you can make your approach, that's where we'll pick up next week. Because that gives me a week to think about it.
I do have one question.
Okay.
How much collateral damage is allowed?
Rose, it's your war.
Collateral from which side?
So if her
Yes.
castle was rubble, would you be mad?
Oh God, no! Destroy it.
Okay.
What about the? Let's destroy it after we get the people out from underneath.
Yes,
yeah.
obviously. The prisoners.
Let's save the poor guys that are like chained up, standing up underground.
Yeah.
Or if you destroy it in the way that like gets rid of the rubble, that would be great. Just like
warp the
Yeah.
castle out.
Black hole. Got it.
yeah, exactly. Out of existence. Awesome. Problem
get rid of
solved
it.
on
Yeah.
all parts.
Man, if Nicholas was there, he'd just drop another castle right on top of it.
Here's what you do. You attach 2 shoulder straps to a random wall. You slide both arms in so that technically now it's being worn. You teleport and take the castle with you.
Yeah, that definitely falls within the must be able to, I think, lift the object.
No. Specifically, that's why it's worn. Because it can be worn or carried.
It must be able to fit entirely inside a 10-foot cube, can't be held or carried by an unwilling creature.
Castle's a little bit bigger than 10-foot cube.
Yeah.
Which one are y'all
Absolutely.
talking about here? Because there's plenty of things. Because you could Misty Step without any weight limitations. Bring whatever you're wearing or carrying with you.
Wait.
You
wait,
could
see,
slowly move a castle 30 feet at a time.
Hold on. What if Titania has a really good teleportation?
That is, I forgot about that.
Probably.
We can't move the castle 30 feet at a time if we can't teleport.
Dang it.
So she is not immune to poison?
No.
Okay.
I'll say they're probably resistant to the poison condition, but because the Fae are inherently a celebratory type people, I feel like taking away the ability to get drunk is detrimental to their evolution.
Having come from Curse of Strahd, where that happened to Card twice, I can't confirm not being able to get drunk is a bit of a nightmare. And when you really, really want to be able to drunk.
There were so many, it was like, we finally got a bottle of wine. Let's just crack this bad boy open and have ourselves a good night. And Card would be like, all right, you guys have fun. Oh my god.
What
I feel like
if you pour some poison into your gourd and mix it with your infinite water so that you just have poison from now on?
Well, she still has to
Just spray it in her mouth.
eat it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the beauty of you shooting literal water.
I feel like she'd be more mad that I got her dress wet.
Well, you shoot it in her mouth.
Right,
Or
at
you
least a
shoot her
little bit
west
in
so
her mouth.
she ingests.
I mean, I
The
could
arrows-
try, but it's like,
they also hit with the force of like a water pick. Like 1,000 water picks. They hit like an arrow made of condensed water.
Hang on, I got you.
Just
Wait a
shoot
minute.
it.
There's if there's a gif of it.
but if she's not immune to poison, we could burn her castle and she gets smoke inhalation. Give her cancer. Lung
I'm
cancer.
not good.
Right?
I don't think they're gonna have it in Discord, but I was gonna send a gif of that episode where Frank had a shotgun shooting tequila shots into people's mouths.
I mean, I can try, but also my gourd only produces the freshest of fresh water, and I don't want to put poison in it.
And
Or if you put bubble wands, how they catch the little film, they hold it with like surface tension. What if you put one of those at the tip of your gourd? That way, as
So
it comes
like
out, poison's not getting in it, but it's lacing it. You know?
like those spray bottles where they have the nozzle attachment with like the soap suds thing in it. Do that with poison.
Mechanically. Okay, so all right, this is the thought that went through my head. All right, so I like that idea because mechanically you can take vials of poison and apply them to arrows, and the only reason that Takashi's arrows are water is because of a narrative reason. It helps him, like there are some boons to it, but to take away the ability to coat your arrows, that seems a little bit mean.
Unfortunate.
You know? Yeah. So if you can find a way to logically explain that same mechanical interaction, I got no problem with it.
I mean, she still has to eat it.
The nice thing about poisoned weapons is that they are just they happen when they get struck.
Okay, that's true. I would have,
Eat
but I
it
don't know how to make
intravenously.
poison. I would have to find
Yeah.
someone who does know how to make poison, because all the poisons I know how to make have
Have to be ingested.
ingested.
They're toxins, not necessarily like venoms, you know?
Correct.
But
that
technically
would
you could
work.
do either.
Man, if only if I was an alchemist.
Only you guys had, harvested some of that purple worm venom. Takashi'd be
Oh,
a
man.
nightmare. He'd be hitting with like plus 8d8.
Yikes.
Fucking this shit is nasty. Have you guys actually ever looked at purple worm venom?
No.
I think so, yeah.
It is a legitimate. Hold on, let me see.
I remember
It's
you telling
rough.
us that it was good that Nick didn't die from it outright because
Yeah.
the rolls
hit
could have been
once.
crazy.
So it's one of those like loophole type things. It is a non-magical poison because it comes out of the body of a natural creature, the purple worm. So it technically can be replicated
Oh,
if you have the right materials. It is a poison. Let's see, purple worm poison.
This poison must be harvested from
Yep.
a dead or incapacitated purple worm. A creature subjected to this poison must make a DC 19 Constitution saving throw, taking 42 or 12d6 poison damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one.
Average of 42.
Yeah.
An average of 42.
Yep. It's one of those things where if you have one of the wizard subclasses, I think it's the
53.
the transmutation subclass,
it sounds right.
that oh, that's actually a fair point. Okay, that's fine.
Are there any
Um,
purple worms in the?
Oh my god.
You know where there are purple worms. You know
Yeah,
exactly where to
we know
find.
where they
Ah,
are.
I'm not going back down there.
We ran
No.
away from them.
Oh, I loved them. They were so
You-
much fun.
You can't pay me enough to go back down there.
I mean, I'm assuming there's poisonous plants, and there's someone here who knows how to make poison. Just stock up on poison vials.
The hag.
Yeah.
I'm not going back there.
Hag.
She's probably still pissed that we took her lotuses.
Not me.
Fine.
Nicholas is gone.
Our boy
He's
was
on-
out of there.
Hey, I don't want to do this.
I had this whole sequence planned, because I thought you were gonna bite Takashi's plot hook first, so that's why I didn't want to use the tuning fork because it's a one-use only thing.
Yeah. Forgot.
So I was like, all right, well they can get them there, but then it was like, well maybe Mia and Stir leave, and then Rose shows up and then offers that, and then we were as I was thinking about it, I was like, I think it'd be more funny if Rose showed up at that last moment and went with them, just like
God damn it now.
because it's just so fitting for their character. But I hadn't considered the return trip. It never even dawned on me. So when you started to talk about it, I was like, oh fuck, I don't have a solution aside from saying, don't worry, you'll have Rose. You know, it made perfect sense to be like, hey, you guys need to stick around and help us. But then I'm like, damn, they don't want to do that. That was not the point of what's going on.
Trying to get the fuck out of here.
I just didn't even think about getting back because in my mind it was like, all right, well, they'll get Rose back and then not a problem. Boom, problem solved.
I mean, Takata, he's from there. He's the focus.
I think the people focus only works when you're a god.
Fair enough.
Usually it has to be some sort of like
metal.
Yeah.
I was about to say, would our tags, our inventory tags suffice?
They get you back to the material, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You've used those to get to the material before. Essentially, the way it works is it needs to be a metallic object. It needs to be able to withstand like the arcane forces, and the object needs to have been harvested from materials from the target location. From that point on, the location it takes you to is the closest personal tie to that object in that place. It's kind of like a subconscious, like, oh, I remember where I got this spoon type thing. That's how I've been doing it, at least, because it makes it more fun than you need a specific tuning fork.
Right.
By that wording, if Rose was to cast Plane Shift on Justice, we could go to Celestia.
Was Justice forged on Celestia, or was it forged in the material?
One way to find out.
Well played. Well played.
Where was Sticker Snatch?
I was about to say, where would we go if we used Snicker Snack? Who knows?
Who knows?
Say we miss 100% of the shots we don't take.
You do. You do. And some of those shots can yeet you into the astral sea. So, you know, risk reward.
Good fun. Good
Hell
fun.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather not go back there either.
So if you touch anything with your right hand, does it just take damage?
Got like a
Pretty sure
freezing
if it
grasp.
touches back.
Yeah, she didn't want you touching her. That you touched her when she didn't want you touching her. Most of the time, the right arm just gives off kind of like being in air conditioning. It's just
Chilly.
cold. Yeah.
That must be nice.
Freezing
If
grasp.
you like colder temperatures, be like, sleep well.
Yeah, it must be nice having
Your pillow
an
is
annoying
forever
evil
cold.
dragon constantly harassing
You gotta
you.
look at the positives. You gotta look at the positives.
Oh, that was so much fun.
Within the first 20 seconds, Rose was like, "Shut up already! We know the positives aren't nice. They hate it. We gotta save our homie from it, man."
We got
so
two
good.
peoples with voices in their heads,
It's fun.
and they
And you-
fucking hate each other.
They hate each other.
Right? It's great.
I want to keep calling it Klondike because I keep forgetting their actual name.
I'm good with that. I like it. I mean, her name is Colin Day, the first winter, but you can call her whatever you want. She's an evil bitch. I don't care.
Make sure
I'm
the next time you call her
sure-
Klondike, you also follow it with like the last winter or something, just to really stick it to her.
The warmest winter.
The tepid.
Klondike the mid. Klondike the annoying.
Klondike the basic.
Just keep switching the name to something just worse and worse each time. Klondike the bitch.
I mean, Rose already knows how Klondike feels about
Definitely not
Takashi.
gonna like
Oh, I want to
try
know
to kill you.
what has Klondike been saying about?
Oh, she said 2 words after you started to mock her.
What was that?
Do you want to tell him, or do you want me to?
Just he's first.
He's very... I wish we could actually all hear it. Because he would totally just keep insulting her just to hear.
I know. That's why it's more funny that it's happening in their heads, because they're like talking to each other, and then they both go, "Shut up, quiet, stop it."
really difficult.
Rose barks at Hollanday, and Ken's over here like negotiating with Snicker Snack. Like, hey man, I need you to be chill.
Like, brother, please.
Please.
Oh,
He is
but for
biting
real,
his
how are we
tongue
getting
so much.
Klondike out of Rose? These all are spellcasters. Just
Like,
up
I
and
had an
left.
idea, but Rose probably wouldn't like it.
Mhm.
Chopping up her arm.
Yeah. And then either finding a cleric that's high enough to do regenerate, or I could make them a Magitech
Don't
arm.
worry, we'll get you a better arm.
If we don't
Upgrade.
Don't
get you
worry.
the same arm, we'll get you a better arm.
A better one.
Yeah.
This one will have
Deal
6
kill when we
fingers.
cut off
That's
the arm
exactly
that
what
you
I was
shoot your head
thinking.
with.
One that doesn't, wants to kill
What's-
everyone in their sleep.
What's the worst that could happen?
Give her
I
like
told you they were
Gus-
gonna respond
Gus,
like this.
cannon arm.
I told you they were going to be like, they're not going to be happy about that. You know this, right? Like, what was that, like 6 months ago when you were talking about the white worm mask and you were like, could I try to destroy it? And I was like,
Certainly try.
I will say, thematically, it's really cool. However,
Yeah.
this is a terrible situation to be in.
It's fine.
Yeah.
which makes it even cooler from my perspective. I like putting you
Right.
guys in terrible situations.
Yeah. That's definitely throwing a wrench into things.
I could not be happier.
Can
I
we
just-
like pull chunks out of her slowly? Like, all right, pull that chunk out, pull that chunk out.
You could certainly try.
Extract
mask.
thousands of shards of wood from the arm.
Yes.
Now, I have to know, did anyone have an inclination as to what it was based off of the hints and things up to this point?
Yeah, I knew exactly. As soon as you described it the first time, I knew exactly what
Yeah.
it was.
All right, I figured you.
I was stewing on it when it first happened, like that last string where he's like, hey, you looked at their arm and there's an eye opening up. I was like, oh!
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There were so many perception checks on the previous streams that were just not good enough to see the
Yeah.
little bits, and then that one was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gives me
And then
Soul
life happened
Calibur
and I
vibes.
forgot about it. Yeah, Soul Edge.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I go with. That's the image in my mind is the Soul Edge eye, like flicking open and looking at you really quickly.
Stop staring at me, Klondike.
Stop it. Keep your eyes to yourself.
God, I remember playing the absolute fuck out of that game when I was younger. Soul
Oh,
Calibur 2.
yeah.
Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube with Link. Oh, man.
Right. That was the one with the actual like story mode too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Weapon Master mode, I think.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was so good. Where you made your own fighter and kind of like went through the whole like
That
fighting
was the
through the
best.
armies.
Yeah,
that was the
pretty-
best part of every Soul Calibur after 3, because they left the like custom character creation in, and people went wild with it and made
Yeah.
everyone under the. It was so dope.
Yeah,
So
I
good.
think there's like a bunch of like clips and videos on YouTube where Japanese players will just make Kamen Rider characters.
Oh hell yeah! Absolutely.
That's
Because you
dope.
could download the like when people make them, you could download the template for it. You best believe I had Kuga back in. Which one was it where Johnny Young Bosch voiced the dude who replaced Killy? Was
5.
it 4?
That
5.
was, no,
Okay.
that was 5 because that was the one with Patroclus and Pyrrha and Ezio was the guest character.
I had so many comment writers on that one.
I love taking. Oh yes, the very first tree I hit had a Brack skin. Yay!
Oh my god.
I'm so happy. I don't have to do this for 10 minutes.
What's Oni's movement speed?
40 or
40?
45? 40, yeah.
40. Okay. Just
Are
making
you
sure.
guys just as fast as each other?
I'm faster now, technically. I can move 150.
Here's the
feet,
thing. You can move.
and then action
150.
turns, and then I can do 200.
Yeah, he can do that too, but he can also. Well, no, wait, you're part monk as well. You can also step
Yep.
of the wind. God damn it! No,
Well, I'm also rogue, so
you can just bonus action.
I can
Oh no!
bonus action do it,
Yeah, he's so
Yeah.
fast.
and I'm always out of range.
I know. I remember. I also remember how I fixed the problem. So I'll
Well,
A
here's the
tiny room.
yeah, small
Here's the
rooms and
thing,
doors.
That is true. However, Oni's there now.
I know, which is where he thrives, right?
Exactly.
You lock the door. It's like you're not locked in here to be safe.
So Oni is just face tanking while I'm in the back just shooting.
There was something you guys
And
said a while ago.
ideally, Ken is in there tanking for us
Yeah.
with his like 27, 28 AC at this point. And we're just welling on him at range free, you know?
But in terms of like guerrilla warfare, if it was just me and Oni out in like the middle of a forest, I feel like we could take on anyone.
You guys made a comment a while back, and it set in motion a story event that I have in mind for both your characters. And I'm really, really excited.
We're going on our buddy cop adventure.
The two of you guys together, it's really something else. And for Oni, a little bit of driving motivation. He has spent his life studying the gods, and just stood before the entrance to one of the heavens, the realms of the gods themselves. Who knows
you don't
what
know
waits
how,
for him.
Yeah, you don't know how hard it was for Oni to be like, fuck, okay, let's go help their friend. Because if it wasn't their friend, if this wasn't somebody they like lived and died with, Oni would have been like, what if we deal with this first? What if we
What if
go
we just-
into this? Just dip our toes in for a second.
Just go see what's on the other side.
Yeah.
Let's just go check it out. It has a weird feel to it. It kind of feels interesting. Let's go check it out.
The seeds have already been planted with Mia and Stir with gods now, and we just found the door to, Oni wanted to go in so bad just to see, just to explore.
Good.
Just gotta know.
Good.
Plus, Oni's all about maintaining neutrality, and nobody's always like, we gotta maintain the peace.
Yeah,
between the realms.
that's why he's really frustrated right now. Not because he doesn't want Rose to do this, because he supports the Wanderers and he wants Titania out. That evil dragon in his arm is ruining this for Oni, because
Oh, yeah.
he's trying his hardest not to be an asshole. When we were getting teleported, do you know how hard it was for Oni not to be like, yeah, let's go see what Rose is owed?
I mean,
In the same
Guess
way
it's the
Rose is
same,
biting their tongue, Oni is trying his hardest to not come between Ken and Aerith and Rose. But man, that dragon thing is just not a good time for him right now.
it's upsetting Takashi too. But the last time he interacted with Rose, he shot at her. He can't really say anything.
You shot them so many times that they fell unconscious, and the last 3 arrows had to be eaten by Taz in order to keep you from killing Rose midair. That was the final, because Rose had taken a lot of hits in that encounter, trying not to like outwardly fuck everyone up, and you guys were just trying to stop them, like shut them down, and that the way that we did the math, because you fired all 4 in rapid succession because they were so far away, the first hit was strong enough to knock Rose unconscious, which meant the last 3 would have 1 fail, 2 fail, 3 fails. So essentially we had to narratively do it so that while they were flying away, Rose was KO'd midair, and as that arrow hit, Taz was like spinning and took the next 3 hits of that boat.
Can't non-lethal not murder me.
He wasn't trying.
He was trying.
I played non-lethal, and then I hit you a lot.
It created such a
not
good
lethal.
drama and such good dichotomy, and it was like
He's mildly apologetic. He did not want to hurt you that badly, but at the same time, you kind of deserve to get hit.
I think Rose is mildly forgiving.
Yeah.
They're just mildly annoyed at each other.
They didn't They let you join the party.
I think Taz threw more shade at Takashi than Rose did, because Taz was just like, Takashi? Anyone
I said
new? Yeah, I know you guys, but hers was very like one word and dismissed.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean it.
I know.
He is
She's-
a bit sad that he hit because he was emotional in the moment because he just got part of his memory back at that time and reminded him exactly of Sever.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Like I don't fault him at all. And honestly, like I think she even has like she doesn't fault him at all. But she's also spent 7 years with just Rose and Thorn and
Oh yeah, I know.
people here. So her allegiances are a little bit towards
7
Rose.
years you stew over getting shot at.
The dragon. She's
God
lived
over.
for 1100. She could stew for 7.
Mhm.
We just gotta find a way to get that dragon out of our. That's it. I
Alright. Worst case
won't.
scenario.
I just love the hesitation because it's
me
the
as
same.
Earth is like, I want Rose to be a fucking archfey. Are you kidding me? This is gonna be so dope. But like, Oni just doesn't want that really big imbalance of taking one evil down because Titania seems pretty fucked at this point. And it's not even Rose. It's literally these fucking dragons gotta go. The
I have
bad
to
ones. The
add-
good ones are good. Taz, A-okay. She can hang out.
It's
But
great. Has your alignment changed at all, Rose?
I don't think so.
Pretty sure they were chaotic neutral.
Hell yeah.
I've always been chaotic neutral.
So no, I've stayed pretty chaotic neutral.
I don't know why I thought you were chaotic good.
No. Good.
I think Ken was chaotic good at the start, wasn't he?
No, always been neutral good.
There was somebody.
Yeah, I could have
Say.
sworn we had somebody who was chaotic good that
Was
I
it
thought
Aerith?
shifted to chaotic neutral.
Was it
Awful
Hibisia?
No.
I could be wrong. I could be misremembering, but I thought we had somebody
Yeah.
that was chaotic good that did something that shifted on slightly.
That's I thought too. Maybe it was.
Robert shifted,
Robert?
but he was not chaotic good. Was he chaotic?
Yeah, I
he's-
mean,
I think he might have started that way. Yeah, because he came in like Skelly Man who was trying to do the right thing and like redeem himself, but after everything
Best
happened.
like, nope.
Yeah, and I mean it was everything up till then too, because a lot of what Robert was learning was that like sacrificing his undeadness would mean sacrificing power. It's the same kind of like thing that you're doing with the worm mask right now, and the same thing Rose has always had, where it's like the logical decision is that thing's evil and it should go, but it grants them so much power.
Also,
I think
it's not
he
even
was chaotic neutral, and I think he changed to like chaotic evil or something.
Something like that.
I don't know if he was ever good.
but for the mask it is the power, but it's also like if it's we know if it's not connected to you or like held in some way, like he can potentially take it back.
I mean, that's really not that big a deal because we've destroyed a couple of the others. He can't. He's got to remake them. So we would have time. I'm more worried about it being linked to Rose's soul. You know, like I said, out of character. I want this. This seems fucking sick. We're gonna have an archfey in the back pocket. Are you kidding me?
Right?
Also, a corrupted archfey with like dragon influence sounds cool as fuck. However,
Right?
that's a terrible influence on the
Yeah,
material plane.
If this was Enos and not
Fine.
Oni, Enos would give you a thumbs up right now. He would still be a little annoyed that you got memories. But him being in the Shadowfell right now, he's kind of going through the same thing Eris was. I'm assuming he's like forgiven and not forgotten sort of deal. He's moved on from it. So he would be like, hell yeah, but Oni's kind of that balance, so he's like, oh no.
Robert would probably give you a thumbs up. He's like, hell yeah, use it against them.